imagination over time. Say you need to go find yourself. What if you stayed this time? Won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Stay with me and let's see.
And there goes that. What's up, guys? Just trying to volume level. Hi guys. Hi Mark. Where to start? There's two things I want to talk about. The guy who wanted to stab you got fired. Good on you, non-binary. Yeah, I got that from, he got fired. You don't need to. Hello. There's two things I want to talk about at the top of the shelf, right? Yeah, I'm good with her. I've had enough Star Wars for one lifetime. I don't need any more Star Wars. Hey, you'd be surprised, non-binary. Shit works. God, I don't want to rain on your parade. Either way. Yeah, Caboose. You can have my portion of Star Wars. My helping of Star Wars, you're welcome to it. I'm good. You take an antiviral, Glazy. There's drugs for that. So I was on the sort of hookup dating site, one of the two that I use, right, earlier today. And one of the dudes I was talking with, likely, by all accounts, no, non-binary. I've never used Grindr. I'm very specific in what I use. Why would I use Tinder? One of the two you've never heard of, guaranteed. One of them you might have outside chance, but the second one, guaranteed, you've never heard of. Hey Cassie. So I'm talking to this dude, right? Like, we're having a conversation. He's a retired doctor, MD, right? This dude's a former doctor. We're talking, little dabbling in feeling each other out and that sort of thing, right? And he specifically states, you know what, just for the purposes of this conversation, we'll move us over to just chatting. He specifically states that he's got like 4 things that he, like, on his checklist that he looks for. Cassie! Sexy time stories are the best. Thank you, Cassie, for the resub. Fucking 9 months. And on that checklist is giving oral, receiving oral, giving anal, receiving anal. He's a full verse, right? I straight up said, like, look, I can check 3 of these off your list, right? I'm not going to fulfill that 4th one for you, but, he seemed accepting of this. And he really wanted to blow me. And I said, I can't do that right now because I have a fresh piercing. And he said, oh, yeah, that would be a bad idea, especially as a former doctor. Like, that's, it does something you don't do. He wanted to see it, though. And I sent him a picture. And he said, I just don't understand why somebody would mutilate such a great-looking cock with a ring like that. I don't think we have much to talk about beyond this. Mutilate. Homie. Kez, people, I'm mid-story, so welcome. I'd say I hope you had a great stream, but I was there for a chunk of it. Thank you, Ross Publica. So yeah. So I can catch you up. Basically, I was having a conversation, sexy time conversation with a dude from a dating site, and former doctor. And yeah, like he wants to service orally, be serviced orally, anal, and then giving and receiving. Right. I can check 3 of the 4. Right. But you can't blow me, man. I have a fresh piercing. He's like, oh yeah, as a former doctor. It's on his profile even. He's a former MD. He's retired. He's like, yeah, that would be a bad idea. He says, can you show me a picture? And I send him a fucking picture. And he goes, I just don't understand why somebody would mutilate such a great looking cock with a ring like that. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Anything further to talk about. It's all redacted. So, I fucking laid into him. I straight up fucking unloaded on him. I just, I know what buttons to push, and I pushed him. I was like, honestly, Crix, that's kind of how I started. I said, well, first off, just so you know, fuck you too. I said, first off, just so you know, fuck you too. Life is too short to yuck other people's yum. I would hate to be living like that person. And the fact that you have that attitude in life is an indictment of how shit our healthcare system and the providers of our healthcare are in this country. And I do hope that you are a former doctor and not a current doctor, because if you treat your patients with that same bedside manner, I wouldn't be surprised if you had driven them to suicide at this point. I went for the jugular. So, hey, Gemma. How dare you speak to me that way? I was a well-recognized, beloved doctor. Blocked. I fucking blocked him. Just blocked. Right? Like, just blocked. It's like, yeah, you're not going to get to, like, he started, like, he was doing lines and just fucking, yeah, and, like, he got out I was a beloved block. It's like, no, homie. Hi, Kezzy. Oh, hey, Bidwin. We were doing some hard philosophy the other night, and somebody was like, it's a shame Bidwin's not here. You would have enjoyed it. We were knee deep in the shit, as it were. I don't think I saw the pun. Sorry. An anarchist site. It's how we date. An anarchist site. Solid non-binary. Yeah. So. So that's story number 1. I wanted to talk about that because it was just, it was fun. I got to fucking like tell off a former doctor, and yeah, I found it interesting that this doctor would look at a pierced dick and be like, it's mutilated. It's like, I'm sure your bedside manner was brilliant. Second, this is a thing that the regulars, the people who know me, you guys, this is a thing that I follow, because it pisses me the fuck off. Britney Spears' father has been removed from conservatorship over her, and a new conservator has been put into place. The conservatorship has not been dissolved, but it is true, Kez. here's look, either try harder, like be better, esoteric, or like your mod's just gonna ban you. You're boring. Like just be better, man. Be better at trolling. Like you're just kind of shit at it. Who's a new person? An accountant. Caboose, a third-party accountant. So here's some of the interesting stuff that has come to light recently, though. According to, okay, so her former security company that, wow, rude. Yeah, it's funny how that works. Projection much? According to a former employee of the security company that her father employed to spy on her, they were spying on her to a huge degree. This guy, Alex Vlasov, he's a former employee of Black Box Security run by this guy by the name of Kamini, who's apparently kind of fucking sketchy unto himself. He has straight up said, we bugged her bedroom. We bugged conversations with her attorney, her boyfriend, her children. We fucking have I had a USB drive with 180 hours of recordings of her most intimate conversations on it at one point. And he fucking goes into his boss's office and he questioned the efficacy of that. He said, this isn't right? Like we're recording her attorney-client conversations. According to Vlasov, his boss, Kamini, takes his gun off and fucking puts it on the desk pointing at him and says, let me get the exact quote. So you don't like how I run my business? He wanted him to delete the USB drive. Vlasov agreed. He deleted the USB drive after he made a copy. According to him, he said, I was suspicious we were doing something illegal. So I decided to cover my ass. Yeah. There's some shit that could be going down with this. There's some interesting shit that could be going down with this case. Yeah. Oh, and you want to see Vlasov? Here, I'll get you a picture of, not Vlasov, of Kamini. Okay, so the dude who took the gun out and fucking said, you don't like the way I run my business? Oh yeah, non-binary. This is him. Eden Kamini. Yeah. Cassidy. Yeah. He does. He looks like some Eastern European fucking thug. Like Russian, Eastern European fucking like criminal gang leader. Right? Like, yeah. Like, he looks exactly like what you'd expect him to look like. Cave, yeah, fucking send him our way. We already got one idiot. You get a subpoena, and you get a subpoena. Everyone gets a subpoena. Yeah, exactly, Marcus. Yeah. And Rosengat, I think is the guy's name. Hold on. I want to get the guy's name right. Rosengart, who is her current attorney, straight up said, oh, we will be aggressively investigating the allegations that have been made. Yeah, like the attorney for Britney fucking straight up said, like, I'm sorry, what? You were recording client attorney conversations in her bedroom surreptitiously? And then you attempted to delete the evidence of engaging in a criminal conspiracy to defraud her estate Oh, yeah. Fucking Rosie Guard's probably sitting there going, okay, like just fucking 1 subpoena out the door, 2 subpoena out the door, 3 subpoena out the door, 4 subpoena out the door. Like everybody is getting a fucking subpoena from this shit, I'm sure. Yeah. Fucking respect. Hey, male rights, go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit what you think about what is a legitimate cause or what isn't a legitimate cause. You're a racist, transphobic, misogynistic piece of shit, and I don't really give a shit about your opinion. But either way, welcome. Oh, no. Non-binary. She's on the phone with him. Apparently they tapped her phone. They tapped her fucking bedroom. They had her fucking, her phone cloned. So all of her texts were being duplicated and sent to her father. Full on. Like, yeah, they had like a full surveillance package on her. Buddhist. Yeah, the fucking prison destroyed the proof of the guards torturing him. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. So yeah, I'm fully aware of that one. Oh, and I forgot to move us back over. Once it wasn't personal. No, there isn't with her. There really isn't. Yeah. And, Jamie Spears has been ordered by the court, her father, Jamie Spears, has been ordered by the court to turn over all legal documentation and expenses and accounting and the current iteration, PIA, private internet access, non-binary. The current iteration of her attorney seems like they're probably going to bring in a forensic accountant as well. Because that would be the next step, is to bring in a forensic accountant and go over the last 13 years worth of the estate transactions. Because from what we understand from the stories that have been told, it was so bad that Brittany was having to beg her father for money just to like go to a corner McDonald's for a meal and provide bare essentials for her children. Straight up. Like that's how fucking tightly it was locked down. Her mother has gone on the record and says, yeah, he was micromanaging every aspect of her life. I have so much contempt for everybody involved in that process. How many fucking male celebrities have melted down like that over the years? Right? Fucking Robert Downey Jr. didn't end up with a conservatorship, right? Nick Cage didn't end up with a fucking conservatorship. He's batshit insane. Right? Like, how many fucking male celebrities have had those, like, meltdowns over the years? How many of them ended up with conservatorships? Yeah. Did you know Nichelle Nichols, the Star Trek fame, is suffering from like Alzheimer's dementia, and one of her last wishes was that she die in her home. Her fucking conservatorship removed her from her house, put her in a nursing home, and she's languishing there. Notice the pronoun I'm using here? She. Yeah, Christian Bale, Mel Gibson, Bill Shatner. Who wasn't acting in Raising Arizona. The dude's fucking batshit insane. Yeah, it's there's a pattern there. Clinic I work for does conservatorship for disabled children. The first thing we have to do is warn parents. The conservatorship doesn't end when you die. Be very fucking sure you want to do this. Yeah. I mean, the Republicans force women to have rape children. So, yeah, male rights fucking... This is what happens when you elect libs. Yeah, because this is conservatorship abuse has never happened in a red state whatsoever. Do you want me to search for that? Come on. Hey, some sense. You're the definition of biased male rights. How's Nonsense doing, some sense? Is he okay? And I know I defaulted to him, but are you okay as well? Sorry about that. How are the pair of you doing? There, that's a more amicable and equitable fucking question for you. How are you both doing? Sorry about that. My apologies. Oh, I want to get this ugly fucking face off my top screen. Oh. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, so, like, there's movement in the Britney Spears thing. Like, for once, there's actual movement. Her fucking father is no longer the appointed conservator. There is a third-party accountant who has been appointed conservator. The date for review of whether the conservatorship will be renewed or dissolved is set for December of this year. If either party wants to move up the date, they can petition the court to move up the date. But given the amount of shitfuckery that Rosengart, her attorney, is going to have to parse through, given some of the revelations that have come to light recently with the black box security, ex-black box security employee saying, yeah, no, we surreptitiously recorded them. We fucking did all sorts of illegal shit. There's going to be some court proceedings that Rosengart is going to have to get into that is going to be highly relevant to whether the conservatorship should be dissolved immediately or not. So he'll probably want to get those ducks in a row prior to the December hearing. But hey, we'll see, won't we? I mean, it'd be really nice. Honestly, like, it's just sort of like this. Is this, hang on, it's about to happen. This is adorable. Oh no, Joe. Leave it for a second, Joe. Leave it for a second. Come on. I want to have some fun with this. What do we got? Catalonia and Makhno, Ukraine were 10 times more genocidal than China, USS, and other real socialist states combined. I mean, then how come they didn't put up the numbers? But either way. Also, debate Has or Caleb you Kai pussy. Has been invited on my channel to have a conversation when he was first starting. He did not wish to have a conversation. You can go back in the VODs. That's how that worked. So there you go. Also, fuck you, Kai. Stalin is 1,000 times what you'll ever be, and Russia people love him, unlike you anarcho morons who are all hated in the US. Keep blocking me. Kez show how you morons just lost me against me at probably you brain dead cuck sack of pissy. You are such a dumb fuck. You're able to lost. That was whoo. Did you have a stroke, Saslik? Hey, Saslik, you want to come on the air and have a conversation? This is the same shit you were posting in Kez's channel. This is just copy pasta. Come on the air. Have a conversation. You're not a coward, right? I'm just a fucking little sissy bitch, right? Like, I'm just... When you get Discord, interesting. Kick that can down the road, are you? You wouldn't be a coward making excuses for yourself, would you? Because, I mean, you fucking strong Marxist-Leninist types, right? You definitely wouldn't back down from a challenge from a diminutive Western degenerate queer fucking anarchitty like myself, right? You for sure. Hey, later, Kaz. Take care of yourself. Love you. You don't even need to download Discord. You just run it on a fucking browser on your phone. You don't even need to get it. There's nothing to get. You just need to fucking run it. It's just excuses. Gabrielle, fucking Guns for All. There you go. Does that cover it for you pretty quickly? Yeah. Disarmament is death. Yeah. Yeah, Gemma. Oh, did they threaten? Oh, man. Saslick! Oh, you douche. You could just keep it in your pants and not threaten fucking harm and shit? Oh, you fucking moron. Yeah, Caboose, they count as chuds, for sure. No, Gabrielle. You're thinking Democrats, which aren't leftists, right? Like you're thinking liberals, which aren't leftists. Like not in the grand scheme, not in fucking neolibs, for sure. Right? Like you're Marx himself. Guns and firearms and ammunition must not be surrendered, and any attempt to do so must be frustrated by force if necessary. Right? You go far enough left, you get your guns back. The commies aren't, I mean, you know, they're, yeah. So, yeah, that just heads up on that one. You're adorable, Male Rights. Your Overton window is shifted so far right. It's fucking, I don't even, it's about to wrap all the way around 360 degrees. It's so ridiculously far to the right. You're going to prove horseshoe theory if you keep it up, Male. Yeah, arm the workers, Mark's paraphrased. Yeah. Like, you go far enough left, you get your fucking guns back. Like, that's the trick. Of course, Male Rights is an idiot redacted. We all know that. He's banned on basically every channel. Every fucking channel. He's a VIP in one. That'd be hilarious. You know what? I kind of feel like doing it. Yeah. Fucking Cupcake. That's fucking hilarious. It's fucking funny. Make him a fucking VIP. You know what would be even funnier is if one of you people fucking decided to gift him a sub. That's fucking, put the anarchy symbol next to his fucking name. Anarchist is the most pathetic. This is a DM. This is a whisper that Karina received from Saslick. Anarchists are the most pathetic moron on earth, especially in the USA, where they are complete tools for shitlibs and the CIA. Your mum was too dumb for haven't aborted you when she was raped. Hope you die of hunger on the street, dipshit bootlicker. And Karina said back, dude, you're boring and obviously copy pasting. Is this your only material, all cap screaming? You're a has fan. Yeah. I mean, what do you expect from somebody who watches Has for more than just fucking like the lulls, right? Like imagine. It sounds just like Voss. Dude, yeah, like Carpe, they're all the fucking same person, right? Has fans, I'm sorry, infrared fans are all the same fucking person, right? Like there's the ones who are rubbernecking and looking at the shit show train wreck that is Has himself. And then there's the tanky brain. Tanky brain is a hell of a drug, Carpe. Fucking, dude, they all copy pasta and shit. It's fucking ridiculous. They have talking points that they just hit. Shitlib, CIA agent, they all talk in all caps. It's fucking ridiculous. Cave. Smiling Salvatore. Thank you for the follow. Has isn't Hassan. No. Has is the screamy, tanky, insane, rapey energy. I'm just putting it out there. That shit he did with that fucking female streamer. I don't remember her name. I don't remember who it was. But the fucking, that some of you had to have seen it. That shit he did when he was on the fucking, like, on a line with some other female streamer, and he kept fucking talking about how, oh, the shit I would do to you, the things I would say if it wasn't TOS, and she vocally told him how uncomfortable she was with, and it fucking, he just kept being all lecherous and fucking super rapey vibe. Honestly, like, after hearing that clip, I would not leave like a woman who could be overpowered by him physically alone in a room with him. Straight up. Straight up. It was super weird. Yeah. He's a huge creep. Oh my God, I saw it live, says Adia. Yeah, no, it was bad. It was like, this dude doesn't understand the concept of consent. He doesn't understand the concept of, like, dude, no means no. Like, it was uncomfortable to watch. It really was. It was uncomfortable to watch. It was like, this is not the thing well-adjusted people do. Yeah, like, it left, like, I always knew he was crazy. Right? Like, I knew he was crazy. Like, he's, right? But watching that, I was like, he's dangerous. He's dangerous. Yeah. I wouldn't leave somebody vulnerable alone in the room with him. Yeah. Straight up. It was concerning. Male rights. Get a fucking new talking point. I mean, male rights, the amount that you project male rights, I think you're a fucking closet liberal. Zippy, ask Adia. I don't even remember who the female streamer was. Like, that shit goes in one ear and out the other. All I was left with was the impression. It was like, holy shit, man, this dude is... Because I really try not to listen to fucking Haz. It's just poison to the brain. Ink Bites was the streamer, says Buddhist. Okay, so Buddhist fucking got us the name. Ink Bites was the streamer. So I mean that gets you one step closer. Yeah. So I didn't know who the other streamer was, even when I was listening to it. But yeah, it was uncomfortable. And yeah, it was conservatives are liberals. I'm pretty sure male rights is a neo-lib. Right? Like, male rights is a closet neo-lib who just is, like, getting off on the disgust that he feels for himself. And this is his masturbatory exercise. Is he comes into, like, leftist spaces and yells about shit libs and shit, but the whole time he's just punishing himself. He's getting off on it. He's a self-sadistic masochist. Secret Reaganite. Also a misogynistic creep. I mean, and trans. Gemma, his name is Male Rights USA. I thought the misogynistic creep and transphobe part I thought we knew that right out of the gate. But I suppose, you know, we can reiterate that he is in fact, yes, a fucking misogynistic creep and a transphobe. But I just thought that went without saying. Yeah, name is kind of self-descriptive. Yeah. It'd be pitiful if that was the only way he could get off. Bidowin, I think it's the only way he can get off. I mean, we should all pity male rights, actually. Right? Imagine registering the account Male Rights USA. Right? Like, imagine sitting there at your computer. What's my username? Male Rights USA. Because you know he's a hunt and pecker. You know he's a hunt and pecker. There's no way this motherfucker knows how to type. Male Rights USA. That'll show him. Fucking. Oh, man. I couldn't imagine being that much of a loser. Hunt and pecker. All right, Marcus. There we go. Oh, Rogue, you've never... That's literally what it's called in, like, IT and typing circles, is it's hunting and pecking. Yeah. Yeah. That's it's in my entire life it's been called that. Yeah, free Britney. I don't believe in controlling women in that way. Male Rights USA. Yeah, not to be confused with pecker hunting, which is a perfectly valid pastime I engage in myself. And yes, free Britney. Like I'm over that conservatorship bullshit. I put the DM. It's gonna be copy pasta. It's gonna be copy pasta. Yep. Okay, so Cassidy got the same. Your mom was too dumb for haven't aborted you when she was raped. Hope you die of hunger in the streets, dipshit bootlicker, because tankies don't have an issue with causing hunger in their society. Stalin was real Antifa. Kai, suck my dick, you failed moron. You teenage brain dead child. He thinks I'm a teenager. Oh. Saslick, why did you have to go and get yourself banned? I mean, if you're gonna fucking stroke my ego like that. Oh my god, man. I wish you were here. Yeah, they do, Carpe. They fucking love that Nazi collaborating pedophile, Joseph Stalin. You found Juche's Twitter a while back? Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't. This is fucking brainworm central. Also, anarchists only exist outside the West, therefore you only useful for fascists and libtards. Cool. Thank you for that salient point. Boss. Boss, love how you're toying with him. Oh. Joe's got a ton of them. Jesus, Joe, you have a red background on your computer. That is brutal. At least cup the balls if you're gonna stroke that hard. All right, like that's, dude. I mean, if you're gonna fucking like, why'd you have to fucking go to the threats of violence, man? I could have had some fun with you. You could have been in here stroking my ego to the point where I was, near climax. Been great. Yeah, I like a little bit of edging. Come on, man. Why you gotta go to the violence? It would have been fun. Could have had a good old time. I think they blocked me. Our PMs disappeared. Aw. Fucking coward. Fucking coward. For a second, I literally was like, hey, why is male rights so quiet? And literally, legitimately, there's just a moment in my brain. It's like, we haven't heard from, oh, that's right. Fucking, we timed him out. Oh. Male rights, why aren't you talking, man? What's up? Why are you so quiet? Do I miss male rights? Rogue, I mean, I gotta tell you, he's sort of a fucking whipping boy and a half, isn't he? Right? Like, it's just, if you want some, like, transphobia, homophobia, fucking racist, misogynistic bullshit to fucking whip, I mean, you can always count on Male Rights USA to fucking deliver, can't you? He already beat feminism. He doesn't need to say anymore. Exactly, Adia. Yeah, he's a good heel. Exactly, nonsense. Wait, what am I getting tagged here? I mean, I figured, like, why is that in shared sources, Joe? Why is there, dude, you guys gotta, like, the clutter in fucking shared sources. I constantly clear it. Unga my bungas. Don't forget shallow. Yes, bit of wind. Also shallow. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Cat? We've already had one or two tankies, sort of difficult to tell. Male Rights USA has stopped by and already managed to get himself timed out. We're sort of speed running the sort of like brain worm run today, it seems like. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to tag me. I always regret missing the tankies. Oh yeah, Cat. I mean, you go to shared content and chaotic mess, and you get some fucking DMs that you can see. It's all the standard copy pasta shit. Because these fuckers share one brain cell and they pass it around. Oh, Gemma, that would be amazing if Male Rights like came through like 2 years down the line and was like, I just want to apologize. I was going through some shit and now my name is like Michelle. And I just, you know, I just want to, I'm sorry. I was lashing out and projecting and I was in a really dark place. And now that I'm living as my true authentic self, I'm a little more humble and comfortable having this conversation. But it took some growing, and I thank you guys for beating some sense into me along the way. It'd be fucking amazing. Good movie premise. Just the thought of that makes me want to give him a hug. Gemma, don't. Don't. She'd be my biggest sister and take her through it. It would be amazing. No. They did all their own research and came to the exact incoherent conclusion and talk about it in the exact same way because science. Exactly nonsense. Now we can make a limited series out of it. She'd be welcomed open-armed. Be amazing though, it would. Oh, fucking Male Rights. Oh, we got more from Saslik. Jesus Christ. Saslik making more death threats against people. Oh, it's the same fucking kill yourself copy pasta I've seen like a dozen times. Where do all these tankies get the same copy pasta? Is that like on Infrared's Discord server or something? Do they have like a copy pasta channel? See, there you go, Cat. Like, is that a thing? Like, does Infrared run like a fucking copy pasta channel for all these idiot chuds that he wrangles to like just copy and paste from? Because that feels like something they do. They have your thing, but for hateful dumb fucks. Yeah. Joe, I think Fridays. Let me check. I can check for you, Joe. If I find the fucking app. Yeah, it's Fridays. It's not out yet, Joe. Sorry. I bet has a master list of super arguments. Super arguments! These guys, these are super arguments. I mean, make another copy pasta sheet. Yeah. You know what? That's going to be my Has impression from now on. Every time I speak as Has or as a tanky, I'm going to do this super lisp thing. Oh my God, guys. Stalin was the greatest and Lysenko was a genius. This is in my head. This is what Has sounds like, guys. Yeah. 100%. That's my impression of tankies from now on. Yeah. I'm gonna lisp it up, throw a little California Valley Girl on it. And, you know, yeah. Yeah, caboose. I mean, and thank you, Craigs. They have Chinese state-sponsored means of trolling. The party issues them standard insults and tax. They copy-paste in people's channels and DMs. It's very practical, economical, and resource-wise. For Toos, that's, makes sense. Nice, Karina. I'm glad you can get away with that. It's effective. Yeah, nonsense. It helps to, like, be aggressively gay. You can get away with that shit. That's if I were just like your standard gay dude, like, but aggressively gay. I'm known as like gay, right? Like that's, yeah, I can pull that shit. Saslick, if you're watching and you have a connection to either Caleb Malpin or Infrared, let him know that I'm down as fuck, says Kat. Kat, I've already stated, like, has came through here a couple of times and wouldn't have the conversation. And by the time he was ready to have the conversation, he was batshit insane and off his meds. So, like, yeah. What is this? Oh, Zappa. Yeah, Valley Girl. Hi guys! I've decided I'm a tanky now. That's apple butter jeans, boots with fur. Yes, this is what tankies all sound like. Dude, they're all fucking super like sissy boy. Tankies are all super sissy boy, right? Like, even when they're projecting that masculine fucking alpha energy, we all know that's overcompensation for the fact that they just want somebody to treat them like the little sissy boy that we all know they are deep down inside. Because let's face it, they need an authoritarian regime. They need a big daddy to tell them what to do. Because without their master in the room telling them what to do, they'd be lost. Fuck tankies. See if you can order a faggy commissar's hat. A faggy commissar's hat, probably. Yeah, like that's the thing. 80, I fucked their daddies. And the whole club looking at her. No, I just apple bottom jeans. There you go. Get it right, says Cassidy. Authoritarian psychology says what Kai proposes is true, says Wither. It's so super true. It's just like, it's super double extra true. Yeah, especially the more they project. It's just, oh my God. You show me somebody pacing back and forth and yelling at their mic from across the room, and I'll just show you somebody who just needs a big old dick up there and they're behind. Ah, okay, Karina. So, yeah. That's what I propose we just do to them. Like, look, I know that, like, the cishet dudes can't get away with that shit, but from now on, like, if you're in the queer community, that's what I propose we just do to tankies. Because we know they get all riled up about the trans and homosexual agenda fucking stuff. We'll just fucking embrace them as closets and fucking just be like, oh my God, girlfriend, you are so silly. It's just, I love when you do this. This is hilarious. Next time we're out at the club, yeah. Like, let's just embrace them as part of the queer community. Hilariously. Just, yeah. Fuck them. Just like we do with fucking, like, these idiots that, like, come in here and it's like, yeah, you're an anarchist now? Because we're just going to put the A next to your name, and now you're an anarchist. Right? Like, that's what we're going to do to the fucking tankies. Well, you're a queer now. I feel like we unironically need to get a bunch of anarcho dommy mommies and daddies to set them straight. Yeah, Cat, for sure. For sure. Like, that's what they want. That's what they need. Right? Like, that's the thing. It's like somebody like me who fucking, like, That's the thing, is if you don't address these tendencies, they sublimate. Hey, Fluid Silhouette, thank you for the follow. It hasn't popped. I don't know why. Either way. It sublimates into this rampant homophobia, transphobia, paternalistic, like, you know, instincts, or tendencies or behavior patterns. And so, like, you have to find the outlet. And that's why, you know, I'm highly, like, sort of dominant in my day-to-day life. And so sexually, I find my outlet as a submissive. These motherfuckers have let it go to that toxic place because they refuse to embrace that aspect of themselves that needs a release. It needs an outlet. And it's just pent up frustration. It's just fucking spewing hate at that point. And so, yeah, what they really need is somebody to just come along and fucking put a collar on them and fucking put them on their knees and be like, that's okay. Fucking, you're the bitch now. And they'll love it. They'll fucking they'll have a good old time with it. It's great. It's a good fucking vacation for the mind. It does the soul good. Interesting, Flood. No idea. What is it? Everyone gets the boot trainer. Would I want a monarchy? Glazy. Right. Radical red. Nice, Fluid. Glazy. No kings, no masters. Literally in the fucking slogan for anarchism. Okay, he is? All right, cool. Being the bottom is a stress relief. It is. I mean, it's got its own fucking. You're gonna have a physical load that you're gonna have to bear, for sure. But it is. Femdom society for the win. Yeah, no. How about, you know, non-binary. The more the mouth moves, the more I think Proudly Radical is awesome. Thank you, non-binary. Yeah, it's good for the soul to do it from time to time. You capitalize the M in master. Glaze it. You put respect on the honorific. It's not a lowercase. See, if I were going to put your name Glazy, I'd lowercase the name because submissive. Master gets capitalized. Welcome to the BDSM community. All hail the gatriarchy. Queer supremacy. There you go. I mean, I may not be into the sub-dom play, but I could probably survive in a femdom society, says Caboose. I think you could too, Caboose. I did not see or watch it, some sense. Sit on me, but don't rule me, says Karina. Oh, there was some fucking, I don't know if I can find it anymore. It was on Reddit earlier today. No. Basically, somebody, I think it was Tumblr or something. Somebody posted this story about how it was a woman. But when she was in school, she was bigger and like kind of stacked, athletic. And she was walking down the hallway and she saw some fucking like kid being like bullied and pushed into his locker, as she put it, some really short Hispanic kid and his two fucking thugs, right? Like that's what was the sort of situation. Two big fucking dudes taking orders from this little fucking runt of a Hispanic kid, and they were shoving this kid in a fucking locker. And Rogue, I read this, and she fucking walks up and handles the situation straight up. Fast forward a bunch of years, And she sees on Facebook that he's what was the exact wording on that rogue? He's like muscle women appreciation group or something like that. Like, yeah, like he carried that forward from like middle school or some shit, that like, oh, tough, strong women, sexy, strong women save me. Yeah, it was a formative experience for this dude. It was a great fucking little story. Tangentially related note. I think if we normalized femdom as more of a role thing as opposed to the BDSM thing they got going on right now, I think we'd catch way more of these folks early on. I mean, I don't know how you're going to separate those out, Kat, but you're welcome to try. Muscle-bound women, a woman appreciation, I think, Rogue thinks the verbiage was on that one. Either way, I loved the fucking story. It was great. Fucking this dude, like, you know, got saved by an athletic girl. And he, like, as an adult, he still worships at the altar of, like, stacked athletic women. It's like, yeah. No, they're fucking hot and they're sexy and they'll save your ass. Make it boring and vanilla. But I mean, that then makes it boring and vanilla, Cat, which takes the whole point out of it. It won't do the thing that they need it to do for their psyche if it's boring and vanilla. It's the taboo that they're getting off on. I don't know, Fluid. Yeah, it is weird. Mama Bears is where it's at. Boss. Yeah, I just, you know. Oh, I had a bunch of fucking cops. Oh, by the way, it's now illegal in Hong Kong to insult the Chinese flag on the internet. Up to 3 years in prison for doing it. And remember, it is the position of the Chinese government that their laws are global laws and they apply to people even abroad, even if you're not a citizen of their nation. So technically speaking, as has been propagated and proliferated by the CCP, if we were to insult the Chinese flag, we technically would be we would be committing that crime and subject to up to 3 years in prison if they could get their hands on us. So I just wanna take this moment. This is, I've always thought the Chinese flag looked stupid ever since just now. This is one of the dumbest looking flags. Right? This is one of the dumbest looking flags. It just is. It is a shit color of red. It's just a blanket field of red, right? Like it's just entirely, yeah, way too much red and a horrible shade of red too. It's not a good color of red. It's a dulled out kind of like browny orange red, and it's just a terrible looking color. And just these shitty fucking stars. It's so boring. There's no movement to it. There's no excitement. This is literally the work of a fucking, like, I'd say a toddler, but that's the thing, is a toddler would make an exciting flag. It's uncreative and blaring. It is just the work of an uncreative bureaucrat. Honestly, if you told me Mao himself made this, I wouldn't be surprised, because it's a shit flag and it would have come from a shit human being, right? This is the definition of a crap flag. And honestly, it's if you in any way feel patriotic or nationalistic towards this flag, then you are dumb. You're a poor human being for recognizing this flag as some sort of symbol to be recognized. It's a terrible, terrible thing. What's up, China? Come get me. Probably created in all of 2 minutes. Cassidy, you underestimate centralizing authoritarian communists. Communists. That flag was probably tied up in bureaucracy for ages. I don't know the history of the Chinese flag, but if you told me that that fucking took years to make, I would not be surprised. Had to go through multiple party committee members and shit like that. It fucking, yeah, like it's they can't get shit done for shit usually, like, for that sort of stuff. Yeah, and fucking bootlickers. Fucking, that's, let's just. The kind of red a certain cartoon bear's shirt is. I mean, I have no idea what you are talking about, Rogue Ascension. That is 100% fake news. I have no idea what cartoon character Rogue Ascension may be referencing there. I just no idea. I guess, I mean, we could sit here and scrape our brains. Is there any cartoon characters that for some reason resemble any of the, like, important leadership to the Chinese government? I mean, I don't know. I grew up with G.I. Joes and shit and Transformers. So, like, I don't know. Kermit the Frog? I don't know. I'm sure it'll come to me. Angie. He does look like him, though, Caboose. Like, that's the thing. Legitimately, he looks like him. Rate your pirate flag. Cave. Look, Cave, it's time to knock the shtick off. Like, look, it was funny the first few times. Now it's just repetitive and boring. Like, please, just knock it the fuck off at this point. There's no movement to it. There's no excitement. This is literally the work of a fucking, like, I'd say a toddler, but that's the thing, is a toddler would make an exciting flag. It's uncreative and blaring. Oh, it is just Cave, the work then of an uncreative fucking bureaucrat. Stop passing the Honestly, messages. If you told me Mao himself made this, I wouldn't be surprised because it's a shit flag. I don't like, you know, right? Fucking. This is the definition of a crap flag, and honestly, it's if you in any way feel patriotic. All right, so back to Fertus's work. Yeah, I why would I check my fucking DMs for this shit? Right? Like, I mean, guys, thanks. I guess fucking whatever. All right, so back to the task at hand. Fertus's pirate flag. Fertus, what do the yellow circles represent? Because flags are full of symbology, right? I get the skull, I get the red and black. I'm pretty sure I get the crossed hatchets. What are the yellow circles representative of? Jesus Christ, that scrolled up fast. Also, what? Okay, so Gemma's spot on with that one. Fucking Pieces of Eight, the Skudos and Doubloons thing, right? Yeah. So, okay. Thank you for the reminder, Gemma. Jesus Christ. Cave. God, oh wow, yeah, that's a resolution, isn't it? Yeah, no, Fertus, this is a serviceable flag, and don't think that like I'm denigrating. Like this is actually a functional flag. It has symbology, it has meaning, it has like fluidity and movement. I could see this. You know what? Hang on. Let me try and find something here. There we go. Give me 1 sec here for twos. I think it'd still read, though, Caboose. I agree that the skull could be a little, here. Here's the flag waiver site. This is how I know none of you fuckers are members of Vexology, on Reddit. Fucking the flag waiver thing is a bot. It's just yeah, of course I know you are, Caboose. Of course you'd have the flag waiver site as well. Suede. I do slightly agree with Caboose on this, Fertus. I'd like to see a lower, like a more simplistic skull and maybe face on, like a full face sort of thing. I mean, God, something in this territory maybe, or like, I'm just thinking something like, I think it might read better in full face rather than profile. You've purposely made it look to its left. All right. Oh, made it. Yeah, wait. Side profile is fine. I think, you know what? I think it's fine. I think whether you could read the skull at distance or not, the overall pattern, the hatchets, the red and black, and the doubloons are all noticeable at a distance, right? Like, it doesn't really. Hey, Akka, Fertus designed a flag and a pirate flag and asked for our opinions on it. In fact, we could probably test this. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it's here, Caboose. It's the fucking Sinister versus Dexter. I think it would read at a distance. I think there's enough information there that it would function. Yeah, the red and black with the white stuff in the middle and the yellow doubloons, I think it works. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Non-binary. Yeah, like, I think the details are readable at a distance. Exactly, Cassidy. They split the fucking white stuff in the middle, little bits of yellow. Like, it's just clearly something crossed with white. There's clearly a red corner and a black corner. Yeah. I think it works. I think it's a good design. Up close as a fucking, like, as a graphic, it works. And functionally as a flag, it works. So, yeah, for twos, good job. I think you got, like, positive remarks all around for twos. And I think we put a decent level of analysis into it. Still reminds me of the Australian Aboriginal flag. I think it works as a flag. Well, it's a pirate flag. Fluid. It's a pirate flag. And while pirates were anarchists of a bent, it's a pirate flag, not an anarchist flag. So there's a distinction to be made there. And I am the type of person to make that distinction. I beg you, please, sir, insult the Union Jack with much further than you insult of the Chinese. All right, well, fucking, let's get one on screen. Let's get a fucking big one, too. I want a nice resolution to work off of. That'll work. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. I mean, it's the same old fucking red, white, and blue everybody's been overusing for fucking generations. Do we need to say much more on that? Like, right? Like, it's... God, it's three flags in one, because, let's face it, they're a bunch of fucking authoritarian pricks at the end of the day, and they're like, hey, we're just gonna fucking roll you all into our same flag anyway. We're just gonna, like, subsume your fucking identity as a people and as a nation and roll you into our fucking Hail Britannia bullshit. Functionally as a flag, it works. I mean, I suppose, like, you can identify this at a distance, you can fucking make it out, you understand what it is. But I mean, I've never liked the line work, to be perfectly honest. There's something about this, like, for some reason, okay, so this is just an eccentricity of mine, I suppose. These two lines feel like they're lined up. These two aren't, right? That's a real thing, right? Like, I feel like this is awkward. Like, this flag feels, like, strangely asymmetrical, even though it's supposed to be symmetrical. It seems like, yeah, this flag is fucking confusing for me. I'm not a fan. Kirk said, I see that, but flipped. Yeah, see, this is some weird psychology shit. Crystal, I'm getting that impression too. Weird, right? Like, there's something about this flag that feels off the whole way through. There's an implied dominance to the English component, which I dislike. Yeah, oh no, this flag is super colonizer. Gemma. Like this flag has got colonizer written all over it for reasons. Right? Like, and I mean, let's face it, I suppose the red, white, and blue thing is sort of originated in that part of the world, so blah, blah, blah. It's upside down. It doesn't fucking matter, non-binary. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Right? Like, this is the thing. It doesn't fucking matter. Take your fucking pick. It's just fucking... Like, it doesn't matter which direction, how you smash this up, how you fucking make it look. It's, you know, I suppose I should put Welsh flag, but right? Like, here's a flag with some big dick energy, right? Like, this is... Here's a flag with some big dick energy. Right? This is a statement. Hey, Critical. I saw a story of rightoids removing the U.S. flag and replacing it with a blank black flag. Can someone explain, is it just a reverse white flag? Meaning call for violence murder? Oh, that's usually, Critical. It's usually a fucking, like, dystopian sort of distressed state call. Yeah. Oh, Math Labs. I have shown the ratio on air before. That, like, standard flag ratios versus the Nepalese flags ratio. Yeah. It's absolutely hilarious. And if you're wondering how the fuck you end up with a ratio like that, it's by having a flag that's shaped like that. Nepal, at least, is original. Yeah, the Nepalese flag is actually, like, something. I mean, the Sicilian flag, I remember this shit. Like, the Sicilian flag is kind of batshit insane. So, who here knows, I'm going to show it, but who here knows what the Sicilian flag looks like? Okay, so Fluid knows. Billy, it's some wild shit. It is. Here is the Sicilian flag. Non-binary, yeah. The monarchical flag versus the nation-state flag, probably. You see me rolling. That's my first thought, Critical. But I'm a pervert. Like, I'm a fucking degen, right? Like, that's my first thought is fucking, are we in an orgy? How's this fucking, what are we doing here? Yeah, this is the Sicilian flag. I'm pretty sure I have, for Deuce. Yeah, yes, I've seen this. Yes. I'm going to show it flying because it needs to be shown sort of like on a pole. Here's Amsterdam's flag. mean, you know, if you're gonna do it, lean into it. Sure. Hey, it's different. Amsterdam is drunk. I mean, you know, Amsterdam's gonna Amsterdam. It's like calling Portland out. That's an interesting flag with her. Okay, get this shit off my screen. There we go. Yeah, like there's also like the fucking Amsterdam Crest flag and shit like that, and then like there's a few different ones. There's the fucking this one for Amsterdam. There's fucking where's their Crest flag? Their fucking Crest flag is fucking atrocious, but crests are always disgusting. So the colors of the flag are derived primarily from the shield of Amsterdam's coat of arms. According to the city government, its origin could go back to the coat of arms of the Persian family, which once owned a large tract of land in the capital. These colors, as well as the crosses, are to be seen in the flags of both Order Amstel and Amstelveen. The popular legend that the 3 St. Andrew's crosses were meant to ward off fire, floods, and the Black Plague is unfounded, as the use of 3 St. Andrew's crosses by noble families in the area precedes the arrival of Black Death in Europe. In the coat of arms of 2 other Dutch cities, Dordrecht and Delft, the middle stripe symbolizes water. In regards to Amsterdam, this black strip becomes the River Amstel. This could be why other references state that the 3 crosses represent 3 fordable places in the River Amstel. It was officially adopted in 1975. Or you do what I do and you establish your own headcanon and you accept that Amsterdam was leaning into the entire, like, you know what? Yeah, we're all about the fucking sex work and the booze and the weed and the, like, you know, we're just fucking triple X's. Let's do this, bitch. And just, you know, establish your own headcanon. It's much better that way. Cave, of course I've seen the flag for fucking Liberia, because every time a fucking chud on Twitter starts yelling about fucking, if you don't love it, leave it, America, they fucking use the Liberian flag with the fucking morons that they are. Here's the Liberian flag. And in, like, emoji form, fucking chuds think this is the U.S. flag. And they constantly post. There's literally a subreddit dedicated to this. It's called Accidentally Liberian. You have an irrational affection for the Massachusetts state flag. I mean, it's a pretty well designed flag. I'm aware of it. It's fucking kind of goofy. It's I mean, it's I mean, all right. So I grew up in this part of the country. I already know what it looks like here. This is the Massachusetts state flag. Critical. Yes, it's a running joke that there is a subreddit for everything. Yeah, this is it's a field of white with a blue shield and like a Native American holding a long bow and an arrow. It's a little weird, but what do you mean, Fructus? It says, what does the text say? It says, Ense petit placidum sub liberate quietum. By the sword we seek peace, but peace only under liberty. Yes. That's literally, by the sword we seek peace, but peace only under liberty. Dude, that part of the world is fucking edgelord as shit, Critical. You have to understand. That part of the country is fucking edgelord as shit. I mean, everybody knows the New Hampshire state motto. Live free or die. Right? Like that entire section of the country are basically just edgelords, right? Next door in Vermont, we're way more fucking chill about it. The passage for Vermont's motto is 2 words and an ampersand. We use an ampersand. Freedom and unity, right? Like Vermont is anarchist central. I know like the Pacific Northwest gets the fucking cred because they smash Starbucks windows and shit. I'm telling you, if you want to know like real fucking anarchists, you go to Vermont. Even the fucking state motto is freedom and unity, right? Like it's basically an anarchist motto. It's just like, look, I need to maximize my individual freedom, but to the point where it doesn't infringe on your freedom, thus unity. Right? Like, I'm telling you, I'm a huge advocate for my home state. It's fucking one of the best places in this country. Oh, the French national anthem is the craziest fucking shit ever. Of course. Oh, no, he's not from Vermont. He's actually not a native Vermonter, Cupcake. He's adopted. We adopted him, but he's not a native Vermonter. He's a flatlander, as we would say in Vermont. If you're from elsewhere, you're a flatlander, and you will forever be a flatlander. There's no way out of that. He's a flatlander, but we adopted him. For Toos, I'm going to read it. The French national anthem is batshit insane. Like, I'm going to read it. Like, if Fertus has, like, something to weigh in on it, yeah, he's from Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, give me one sec. Before I do the French national anthem, here is the Maryland flag. It's hideous. I'm sorry. It's fucking hideous, but, like, I mean, I try to get a bright one. There we go. Here you go, Cassidy. This is the Maryland flag. Dude, it's rough. It's fucking rough. It's not boring. You're right, Cassie. It's not boring. It's a lot of things, but it ain't boring. What if I lived on top of the highest peaks possible for sustainable for human life and visited Vermont? They'd probably qualify you in. But a lot of Vermonters would still call you a flatlander. Or I could fucking spill that. All right. The French national anthem. All right, this is fucking. What about me? I'm in the middle of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. They probably still call you a flatlander, Caboose. I'm telling you, everybody not from Vermont is a flatlander. It's just sort of how it works. Arise, children of the fatherland, the day of glory has arrived. Against us tyranny's bloody standard is raised, bloody standard is raised. Do you hear in the countryside the roar of those ferocious soldiers? They're coming right into your arms to cut the throats of your sons, your women. To arms, citizens, from your battalions, march, march, let an impure blood water our furrows. What does this horde of slaves, of traitors, and conspiring kings want, from whom we have these vile chains? These irons been long prepared, these irons been long prepared. Frenchmen for us, what outrage, what furious action it must arouse. It is to us they dare plan a return to the old slavery. To arms, citizens! What foreign cohorts would make the law in our homes? What? These mercenary phalanxes would strike down our proud warriors, would strike down our proud warriors. Great God, by chained hands, our brows would yield under the yoke. Vile despots would themselves become the masters of our destinies. To arms, citizens! Tremble, tyrants, and you traitors, the shame of all parties. Tremble, your parasital schemes will finally receive their prize, will receive their prize. Everyone is a soldier to combat you. If they fall, our young heroes will be produced anew from the ground, ready to fight against you. To arms, citizens. Frenchmen, as magnanimous warriors, bear or hold back your blows. Spare those sorry victims for regretfully arming against us, But these bloodthirsty despots, these accomplices of Bouillet, all these tigers who mercilessly tear apart their mother's breasts, to arms, citizen. Sacred love of the fatherland. Oh yeah, the first part is the only part they sing, but this is the whole fucking anthem. Sacred love of the fatherland, lead, support our avenging arms. Liberty, cherished liberty, fight with thy defenders, fight with thy defenders. Under our flags may victory hurry to thy manly ascents, so that thy expiring enemies see thy triumph and our glory. To arms, citizens, to arms. And then this is the children's verse. We shall enter the military career when our elders are no longer there. There we shall find their dust and the trace of their virtues much less keen to survive them than to share their coffins. We shall have the sublime pride to avenge or follow them. To arms, citizens. That is the French national anthem, everyone. It is the craziest fucking shit. No, they don't. The French don't fuck around. Yeah, the dust of your parents. Like, it's much less keen to survive them than to share their coffins. That is the children's verse. The children sing that part. You all right, France? But yes, the first passage is what they usually sing, right? The first verse. Right? Arise, children of the fatherland, the day of glory has arrived. Against us tyranny's bloody standard is raised, bloody standard is raised. Do you hear in the countryside the roar of those ferocious soldiers? They're coming right into your arms to cut the throats of your women, of your sons and women. To armed citizens, form your battalions, march, march, let an impure blood water our furrows. That is the French national anthem. It's fucking, I mean, ours mentions like rockets and fucking bombs and shit, but the French one is just, it's like, sorry, what? sorry, what? What's that children's verse shit again, by the way? Like, holy fuck, man. Yeah. Its original name was the War Song of for the Army of the Rhine. It was born of war. It was literally born of war. This isn't just them being edgelords. That song was written after a declaration of war by France. So like that is a song of war, straight up. And they're like, you know what? This is a banger. We're keeping it. France. Can we go over weird uniforms after flags and anthems? Metal version. Dude, Voss, that is the metal version. The French national anthem is the metal version of the French national anthem. Dude, that shit's metal as fuck. Do you have any suggestions, Critical? Because there's some wacky ones, I know. Do you want the reggae version? No, I'm Pat. No. Where is the fucking... There we go. Indians. I'm sorry. I'm literally, I'm like, I do him. I'm shopping. I'm just window shopping at this point. What can you say? A man in uniform, right? Even if it's a goofy fucking uniform. Actually, I think they carry Heckler and Coke these days. Irish. I'm pretty sure they're carrying H&Ks. Oh yes. You know what? There you go. The fucking South Korean Royal Guard. I don't know what it's about. I just know it's a thing. Like, I'm not familiar. Korean female uniform. Which one are we talking about? Cupcake. The blue one, the white one, or the fucking like the skirt one, like, or fucking like, find me a picture which one you're talking about. You know who else has got fucking, oh god, what are their fucking names? Okay, Carbonaro. Fucking the Carbonari or whatever the fucking Italian dudes are. I'll just fucking Carbonari. It'll fix it, right? Yes, there we go. Yeah, Aka, that's the Swiss Guard, the Vatican guys. Literally carbine carriers. Thank you, Gemma. Like, this is a fucking look, right? Like, this is a strong look. I can, like, look, this fucking goofy ass shit up here. Like, this hat is fucking stupid as shit. Like, but dude, this is kind of a baller look, right? Like this is a strong look. Fucking hardcore black with just stripes of red and a fucking flowing cape and shit. Like this is kind of a baller. Oh, who are these, Kavas? I don't recognize them off the top of my head. They're fucking... Oh, they're Scottish. They're Scottish. Sorry. They're Scottish. Fluid. They 100% should wear those capes all the time. 100%. That is a baller look. I want more cowls in day-to-day life. I want... Okay, so you know what? Yeah, this is a hell of a look too, right? I unironically... I want this shit to be a norm. I know this is like edgelord cringe shit. Dude, the Assassin's Creed fucking white cowl shit, I dig. Right? Like, I dig the entire fucking vibe. Good luck, Caboose. Face covering hoods are great. I know, right? I love the entire fucking vibe of that, like, Assassin's Creed cowl. And yeah, I mean, black cowls are fucking nice too, like... Fucking just... Right? Like, This needs to be a thing in our society. Cowls need to make a I don't... Were they ever a thing? Can I say resurgence? Were cowls ever a fucking commonplace thing in our society? Cosplay of the Nightingales from Skyrim. All right, I gotcha. Cassie, of course you do. You fucking cosplaying some bitch. Goa clothes have gigantic hoods, and if it wasn't so edgy, I'd wear it. Fucking, I had one hoodie ever with a deep enough hood. It's beyond repair now, says Rev. God damn. That was, oh, that is, you know what? Fucking, props. That's a strong look. that's a look. Fluid, interesting. You like carrying an umbrella. I live in the desert, Fluid, so it's rare that fucking we even get rain. Although it's, you know, functional for sun too, but we don't give a shit. What did for Tuesday? Speaking of goofy uniforms, I give you the French Legion. I know the hat. And I know, like, the fucking epaulettes and the fucking... Like, I know the rest of the uniform. I wasn't familiar with this fucking apron shit. Cassie says, Spanish Legion. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, yes. 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 The Spanish Legion. Yes. Fucking hold on. God bless the Spanish Legion. They do it up right. They were a thing and I want them back. Nice, Kaiser. Aka looks gay. I'm in. Yeah, fuck Spain though on the real. These guys are. It's like a Sydney Mardi Gras group, dude. The Spanish Legion fucking is constantly catching shit for just being his. Oh boy. Why you baiting me out, boys? Unisex medieval cowl hood scarf Halloween hooded Wicca pagan cosplay outdoor. Jesus Christ, got enough key terms in that one? Back to that though. Critical. I'll get your fucking stretch too while I'm up, Zippy. Is that a reference to something I don't understand, Swede? Oh shit, I just realized I could take my current crochet project in a completely different direction. Because if there was, like, if that's a subtle reference to something, Swede, it has gone over my head. And, but if I had, like, fluid, it's because I'm a fan of a uniform. Oh, you'll literally be in Vegas next week. Yeah, then fuck yeah, Swede, we're hanging out next week. Fucking Swede for the win, yeah. Yeah, let's fucking connect, Swede. You know cows are cool and all, but I prefer Crusader helmets. Of course you do, you fucking Turk motherfucker. Hey there, Zartos. Fluid, it's because I'm a fan of a uniform. I legitimately come to the win Tuesday. You want me to come to the strip? That's a big ask. See if we can't meet in the middle, like a T-bar or something. Anyway, fluid. I buy like 10 of something. In some sense, the indignation. I know, right? I buy like 10 of something when I find something I like, right? Like I'm a big fan of uniforms. I'll just buy like fucking 10 of something and just wear them. So yeah, I've got a bunch of these skirts, right? Like this is the skirt I like. So I wear it. I'm that type of person. So yeah. So yeah, it's always this type. It's not the same skirt, like physically the exact same item, but it is the same skirt. Yeah. Oh. I mean, you can't go out for a cup of tea? That's all I was suggesting. I couldn't wear the same color shape all the time. Oh, fluid. For me, it's one less thing to think about. I so prefer it. I so prefer it. Yeah, it was so cool when you had Adia on. Find something you like to wear, buy 10 of it. Shopping done for years. It's just practical and efficient. Exactly, Critical. Fucking Critical gets it. Fucking respect. What's the first thing you notice when people approach you? The audacity. We'll figure something out, Swede. We'll figure something out. I have a pink one of this that actually it might sort of, it's a little more pastel than the nails, to be perfectly honest. So, somebody linked something. I'm sure I saw something. Yeah. What the fuck? The Komoso are a group of Japanese mendicant monks begging. They beg. Oh, okay, I've seen this before. Of the Fuke school of Zen Buddhism, yeah, because it's the Buddhists who do the begging thing, who flourished during the Edo period of 1603. They characterized by a straw basket or a sedge or reed hood known as a tengai worn on the head, manifesting the absence of specific ego, but also being used to be able to travel incognito. Bamboo flute. I mean, it's a look. It's a look. The uniform looks like they play the flute for bees. It does, doesn't it? That was my thought too, was beekeeper fluid. What about some nice fez instead? Oh god, you know what? While Zartos is here. Oh, they're not goofy. I was really hoping you guys would have some goofy fucking uniforms, Zartos. It's just boring, typical shit. Oh, see, now the former Ottoman uniforms were kind of interesting. Right? Like back in the... You kind of did, Voss. You kind of did. Like back in the day, the Turks had some interesting uniforms. Right? Like, but now it's all fucking boring and shit. You just look like everybody else. You're not worth mentioning. Ooh, that would have been... See, now that would have been an era of uniform. Now that is a bold fucking choice. Right? Like that's come get me kind of fucking look. Ever became a Call of Duty player? Yeah, I know, right, Voss? It's so fucking boring. ISIS uniforms prepared in Turkish sweatshop full of Syrian refugees captured in photographs. I mean, it's the Daily Mail, but I can't... Duly noted, Zartos. Thank you for that heads up. I respect it. It's a good look. It's a good look. Cute. Even the executioner gets his own robe. I know, right? Fun fact, ninja clothes aren't actually black historically, but rather blue to match the shade of the night sky. I blame light pollution and the mythos around ninjas for that slight change. There's a whole bunch of that stuff. Like naval color choice and that we think are black is actually blue and shit like that. Yeah. How old is that article? I thought Trump defeated ISIS single-handedly. Raphael, he did. He parachuted in one night This is a little known fact. Donald Trump was parachuted in. It was when secretly you thought he had COVID. What he was doing was a night raid, a solo assassination mission behind enemy lines, and he was single-handedly taking out key leadership within the ISIS and Taliban ranks, and that's what demoralized them, was seeing Donald Trump fucking like just ninja roll his way through a fucking window one night and like choke out one of their leaders, and just poof out of the window again before they even could react to what had happened. See, secretly, Donald Trump has been storing up all of that physical energy. It's why he doesn't move. He's like a fucking anime character. He's literally storing those reserves, and occasionally he releases the limits of his power. And he's so quick and so magnificent in his actions that who cued it? Cassidy. Cassidy cued it. I love it. I love a good spiel. I love a good spiel. Bobby requested it. See? Trump's the real MVP. Dude doesn't get enough credit for his amazing brilliance. I'm trying to fucking tell you. Let's see. Who fucking... Yeah, ISIL didn't want that Trump smoke. Yep. Marcus, yeah, I actually know that because of Kabuki. Who sent this? Okay. All right, there's two of these. All right, fucking Joe sent this one over and just said straight up. And then there's this. Stop, you're giving QNut more content to fanfic about. Just stop. This is critical. And then fucking Aka said, I like the Shinto Kamuri. The fucking weirdo head thing. I mean, Prussians did have a thing for hats, didn't they? Peacocking. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it really is. It fundamentally is. So, speaking of militaries, the British Army is now officially going to start driving tanker trucks to deliver fuel in the UK because they're having fuel shortages because of Brexit, because they're like 10,000 lorry truck drivers short of what they need to run their economy. And it's starting to manifest specifically in fuel. So they have deployed as many fucking certified truck drivers that they have in the British military, something around the neighborhood of 2,000 maybe, to start driving tanker fuel lorries to make sure that the queues, the lines for the fuel, maybe start relaxing, because they're having to line up for fuel in the UK now because there is none, because it can't get delivered, because their low-cost labor in the form of truck drivers from mainland Europe aren't available anymore because of Brexit. These dumb motherfuckers, right? These isolationist nationalists. What's up, folks? Fucking these dumb motherfuckers, right? Like, it is just astounding. Like, we don't need them. We can do it on our own. You're like the size of Maryland. You are nothing as a nation state. This is not the fucking British Empire. Know your fucking role. You're itty bitty. Like, you need immigrant labor to fucking keep that shit on the tracks. Or you could just shut it all down and shoot yourself in the foot and then go, God damn fucking foreigners. Yeah, that's my impression of a Brexiteer. Is just a fucking random Southern caricature from the U.S. It might as well be. Fucking dumb motherfuckers. And so yeah, now now everybody's suffering. Now they're fucking lining up around the block for fucking fuel. Yeah, they completely fucked themselves. Cupcake, that's the thing, is we've already, even under the Trump administration, we've strategically aligned with Mexico, Canada, the UK, Australia, and I think it's Japan is our fifth strategic trading partner. So we can get microcircuitry and high electronics from Japan. We have the South Pacific on lock from Australia. We've got UK for the sort of like tap into Europe, even though they're separate from Europe now. And we've got Canada and Mexico for the North American bloc. So we've got our fucking our products imported from Mexico if necessary. Like we are strategically positioning ourselves as a nation to do a little bit of an isolationist run. Not full blown, but less. We're drawing back our global resources as a nation state. That's the plan for the next 50 years, basically, as far as the neolib nation state, is concerned. Is we're not going to secure the shipping channels as much as we used to. We don't give a shit whether your country thrives or not. We're on lock. We got our shit on lock. We're energy independent. We've got the trading partners we need already locked up in treaties. We've got the supply lines run that we need run. And pretty much we're on coast mode for the next 50 years. The U.S. is pretty much got this shit on lock. Yeah. It's fucking wacky as shit when you start looking into it. I also got India, which is part of the Quad Strategic Alliance. Yeah, we don't have them wrapped up in a treaty though, Gemma. We've got agreements and shit with them, but we've got some fucking strategic trading alliances with the five, to make sure some shit works. But yeah, for sure, we've got India. It seems that the global hegemony, as it were, right, the global capitalist hegemony is seeming to push towards India now anyway from China. I suspect India will happen soon. It seems to be headed that direction for sure. We want India to be our new China. That they've got the low tier fucking labor that we need. We've got the sort of egomaniacal fucking leadership that's required to implement some of these policies. Yeah, it definitely seems that that's on the agenda for sure. Whether it's next or whether it will happen soon, as you said, it's on the list of to-dos for sure. Yeah, India's, and not just for us, for Europe, for Australia, a whole bunch of the Anglo world, the Western democracies, are all headed that direction to relocating stuff to India for sure. Yeah, it's all Bangladesh and fucking Vietnam, Laos, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Bangladesh, that sort of thing. Sartos, fucking Turkish. Yeah, India's on my list too, don't worry. If my friend in the Indian government can be relied upon, they're so fucking ready to partner with the US. Cambodia, yes. Fluid, there's another one, Cambodia. Yeah, oh yeah, India's easier to exploit. It is. Thank you, Britain. Britain's responsible for that. If we want to talk about how we can economically exploit India easier than we can China, it's due to cultural influences. And it's because Britain basically stabbed that shit into them. As they do. They stabbed it and fucked it into them, right? Either way, it was a penetrative process. Hey, sourcing. Yeah, so, that's, yeah. Blood play? Kinky. It's happening whether you like it or not. We can, Nixa. It's, I did it Monday it wasn't without, so I did it Tuesday before stream. Yeah. English are gross. I mean, nonsense. There was this really cute English guy that unfortunately I wasn't able to hook up with because he was an English guy who traveled to Vegas to party like while COVID was still sort of kicking off, but he was really fucking hot, and I would have done him and his boyfriend because that's what they wanted all night long. They were sexy as fuck. And they checked all my boxes for freak as well. So just saying, not all of the English are gross. Some of them I could spend some time with, but most of them are gross. Elton John, no. I mean, I would service Elton John just out of respect for Elton John as, you know, a queer icon, for sure. For sure, I'd give fucking Elton a blowy or let him drop a load, whatever he needed to do. I mean, he's fucking Sir Elton John, right? But yeah, I'm not gonna fucking be getting off on Elton John anytime soon. I don't speak to the English. I refuse to be colonized. Yeah. If I could get some of those fucking stories from Elton John, though, so if he remembers any. I think that dude is Zartos. He is the weirdest looking motherfucker. Yeah, fucking bendy bus cucumber patch. Like, I don't see. Here's the thing, right? Like, if we actually said that dude's name, it doesn't sound right anymore. Benedict Cumberbatch, right? Like, the name sounds wrong. All of the internet has basically just been like typing random fucking words for that dude's name for so long, and we all know who we're talking about. Like bendy bus cucumber patch. Everybody fucking knows who I'm talking about. Benadryl, come in my snatch. Yes, exactly. Eggs Benedict McCumberbund. Everybody fucking knows. Like, you could put two random fucking words, 3, 4 fucking random words together, smash them up, but you say that dude's actual name, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't feel right. It's like, what's his face? Who's the fucking Charlie Kirk? It's like fucking Charlie Kirk, right? Like, we have memed Charlie Kirk's face so many fucking weird shapes and sizes at this point that when you see Charlie Kirk's actual photo, it doesn't feel correct. You're like, no, it doesn't feel right. We have done that with fucking Benjamin Cunningham's name. Exactly. I mean, this is a terrible shot, but this exemplifies kind of what I'm talking about. I'm not turned on by this. This isn't doing it for me, kids. Like, Bumbershoot Coachella. Speaking of Charlie Kirk face. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Meeseeks. Existence is suffering. Can't. Oh, there's actually a test for that, Rev. There's a fucking test. I got 3 out of 10. There's literally a test trying to identify Charlie Kirk's correct facial size, and I got 3 out of 10 questions correct. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. Good night, Joe. I hope you figure it out, Joe. I hope you figure it out, man. All right, so here's how it works. Here's the Charlie Kirk quiz. Okay, so for each one, we select normal, shrunken, or enlarged. I think this is normal. I think this is normal, but I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna let you fucking. Critical went with enlarged. Sourcing went with enlarged. Zartos went with enlarged. Nonsense went with enlarged. All right, so we're gonna do enlarged. Fluid went shrunk. Cassidy said normal. Rev said normal. See, this is the thing. Got a bunch of normals. All right. Rev, I think that's, oh my fucking god, I can't tell. Normal, shrunk, shrunk again for number 3. All right, normal. Dude, this is a split opinion. Yeah, Gavas. I think it's just slightly enlarged or normal. Oh, this is a split opinion. It looks like normals barely have it. But the shrunkens, you may want to argue this when the results come in. We'll see. Grimpy, it's fucking difficult, isn't it? It's fucking difficult. It's way more difficult than it should be. Enlarged, normal. Enlarged. Number 4 is normal. Number 3, shrunk Sadaka. 100% enlarged, normal. It looks like, dude, this is a split between enlarged and normal. I think it's enlarged. Okay, so Nonsense is sort of deciding here. Fucking enlarged. All right, so you guys are going with enlarged. This one's normal. His ears are in the right spot, says Aka. Well, keep track of your own fucking answers. If you haven't been. Shrunk, enlarged, shrunk. We've got 3 shrunks. We got 2 enlarged. Shrunk, but just a tad. Okay, so shrunk. All right, shrunk. Okay, so we've got shrunken. I'm telling you, this is uncomfortably difficult sometimes. Enlarged, normal. Got 2 enlarged, 2 fucking normals. Enlarged, normal, enlarged. This is, you guys, that you fucking not sure. Enlarged. He looks like James Franco. Does he look like you melted Dave Franco? 2 people thought he looked like Dave Franco. Enlarged, especially the nose. Okay, so it looks like the enlarged slightly have it. Voss, help. I'm fucking huge. All right. Normal, shrunk, normal. Shrunken, this makes me want to vomit. So we've got 3 shrunks. Puka, we're trying to figure out, it's a thing. Normal. Okay, so we'll go normal. It's so fucked. Enlarged. Normal. Enlarged. It's tiny face. It is. Enlarged. But just the nose. Okay, so enlarged have it. We're 2 out. Shrunk. Enlarged. Shrunk. Shrunk guy. Okay, so it feels like shrunk has it. And then here is number 10. Shrunk. Okay. Normal. Normal. Cricks, what the fuck? Normal. 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 Enlarged. Normal. Shrunken. Just weird. Fuck, I don't know. Shrunk on 10, but hard to say. Correct, I'm scared. Normal. All right, so it feels like normals are going to have it. Is everybody ready? Six out of 10. You guys did twice as good as me. Crowdsourcing got us twice the score. Question 1 was normal. We answered enlarged. I told you. I fucking told you this is difficult. This is way more difficult than it should be. 2, you guys got it. It was normal. Oh, yeah, the fun facts. Here are the fun facts. We got to do the fun facts. Fun fact, Charlie Kirk is 25 years old and lives rent-free in his parents' multi-million-dollar home. Number 2 is normal. Fun fact, Charlie Kirk is a premium user for an escort website specializing in group sex. This one is enlarged. Fun fact, Charlie Kirk has a diaper fetish. This one we marked normal, but it is actually enlarged. Number 4, you guys got correct. Fucking marked it as enlarged. Fun fact, in December 2017, former employees of an organization accusing Turning Point USA of engaging in racist practices as well as potentially illegal involvement in 2016 presidential election. So, yeah, so this one is in fact enlarged. You got 5 correct. It is shrunken. Number 6, it was normal. This is his face normally. This is not enlarged as you guys answered. It is in fact normal. This is what I'm telling you about Charlie Kirk's face. I'm telling you, this is way more difficult than it should be. This is way more difficult than it should be. His face is fucking weird. Number 7, you guys got correct. This is normal. This is his normal face. Is he a shapeshifter? Witchcraft, lizard people in disguises. I wasn't prepared for a horror night. It's disturbing. Dude, I'm telling you. You guys said that this one was enlarged. All right? Are you ready? It's normal. This is his face. Correct. I knew it. Did you lose water weight from your head? Glazy, if this is what a normal guy looks like around your parts, you might want to check if it's a super fun site. For Toos, stop bringing fucking logic into our fun. What are you doing? I don't know what's what anymore, Cesart. You guys got number 9 correct. This is shrunken. And you guys got 10 correct. This is normal. This is... well, I mean, the fun facts are, like, some of them are fun, but others are just, like, you know, fucking the typical shit we know about him, racist bullshit. And some of them repeat. One member told the Daily Beast that Charlie Kirk can be a little bit of a snowflake, or a lot of bit of a snowflake. Other complaints concern sexual harassment and assaults at the TPUSA. Fun fact, Charlie Kirk thinks that urine is stored in the balls. For those of you that want to unleash that hell on people, link is in chat. That feel free to pass that on. Yeah, feel free to force other people to live with that knowledge. Because, yeah, when I laughed my ass off, I legitimately was laughing. I was laughing so hard when I took that the first time. I was like, because look, I don't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk. The only engagement I have with Charlie Kirk is through memes. And so I don't think I've ever seen Charlie Kirk's normal face outside of like that. Like legitimately, like I don't engage with that sort of sphere usually. I don't watch fucking Charlie Kirk running his stupid mouth off about shit. And so like I struggled with that test. Like it was sheer, like I didn't even get like statistical chance. Like it wasn't even coin flip for me. And I was laughing my ass off the whole way. I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't know what reality is anymore. It was great. It's grade A well poisoning. Good job, everyone. Because it must be because when they hit him there, he pees himself, Sartos. When I would see him in IRL, I would ask him. I would ask myself if leftover acid was dumped in my body. Yeah. That's the Charlie Kirk quiz, everyone. I'm glad I could share that with you. It's crazy as fuck. That's all I know. So, oh, hang on, I see a fucking message here. Okay. There was a test on B3TA beta called Spot the Difference that had people just as mad. I wonder how hard it would be to switch out his bathroom mirror with a slightly curved one. Get him to doubt the size of his own face. Oh my God, Rev, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Break into fucking Charlie Kirk's house and swap out his bathroom mirror for one that just slightly alters his appearance. Just ever so slightly. Yeah, hardcore gaslighting. Dude, that would be epic. You know what'd be even better, Rev, is if you had incremental mirrors. If you could fucking break in multiple times, like every like month or two, you swap the mirror for a new one. And it just gets worse. Just slightly, but just worse and worse and worse. And so by the end of a year, he fucking just, yeah. I'll take one for the team. Just give me the mirrors, Sartos. You could just join his orgies to switch it out. Ain't no orgy like a Charlie Kirk orgy. I couldn't even finish it. Yes, Grimpy, exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something. It's gonna irritate some of you, for sure. It irritated me. So here you go. Like this is like 25% of like my stream is I have to live with this. So do you. Yeah, we're gonna watch a little video here really quickly.
This is the American Embassy in London, and around it, one of London's hottest new developments, Embassy Gardens. Around here, Wandsworth Council requires that 1/3 of any new development be dedicated to affordable housing, which Embassy Gardens complies with. And that regulation alone already makes this area much more diverse than you could possibly dream of in the USA or Brazil or South Africa. But in order to be commercially profitable, the promoters still had to ensure some form of separation to appease the rich. So they still had to find ways to enforce social segregation. This is why for each building there is a rich entrance and a poor entrance. Because God forbid the rich have to share the same entrances and elevators as other poor. Imagine. Poor door with poor letterboxes. Rich letterboxes. Rich door. Poor door. A rich door. Can you notice the difference? Can you tell which one is which? I think I can.
Literal class segregation. Literal class segregation. Rev. He could have been one of the rich people. He's got a fucking fancy camera on him and shit. And you know they do streaming and shit like that, right? Like, yeah, literal class segregation. So is the UK now a colony of the US? I mean, haven't they been for a while? Just saying. Oh, Cassidy, that's been commonplace in New York for ages. That's a thing. It's just a thing. Like it's been a thing for a while. Like here's the fucking poor door. Here's the fucking rich door. The poors enter through a different fucking door. Like if they have to have, if the township or city requires developers to create affordable housing, whenever they put up housing, they segregate the housing. And they segregate the entrances and the mail slots and the facilities. And yeah, it's a commonplace thing. Yeah, class segregation is alive and well. And you can see brilliant instances of it in like big cities. Critical. I'm willing to bet the poor section of the building is still more expensive than your average person can afford. Well, in the UK instance, it's like subsidized housing, ACA. In the US, that's a whole other ballgame. But it isn't like they could just let the poors use the same entrance. That stuff costs money. Yeah, fuck them. Exactly, Patronum. Separate but equal, both have doors. Yes. Sartos, I mean, that's a question for a fucking dude. That's a because neoliberal capitalism offloads to the private sector in order to make capitalistic resource gains in the form of private contracts. Thus, you can enable grift and crony capitalism better by doing so. I mean, that's the sort of like encapsulated version. Yeah. British basement, so they help enter underground. Yeah, basically. And all the poor units are on the lower floors, closer to the roads and noise and pollution. And yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Markets are magic. Exactly, sourcing. Thieves have a foot in the government this way. Yeah. Oligarchy for the win. I maintain, I've argued this before, and I'm just coming like even closer to it being a position. Hold on. I'm literally going to make it my stream title. Almost all governments have been oligarchies. Fostic, welcome. Almost all governments have been oligarchies. There's an argument to be made that all of them, right? Like that, but they're all oligarchical. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, when have the rich and powerful not run this shit? You got an example? Because I mean, I got a few that like, but I mean, almost all governments have been oligarchies. Like you fucking, oh, well, the Romans had the Senate. Yeah. You mean the rich and powerful fucking classed people running shit, right? Like, oh, well, the parliamentary system in the UK. Oh, the House of Lords. You mean the rich and powerful people running shit. They're all fucking oligarchies. Yeah, but what about the lovely, amazing socialist governments? Yes, what about them that set up a vanguard class and separate themselves from the proletariat and end up living in excess while people starve by the millions? Yes, what about those socialist, so-called socialist government oligarchies? There is no, I'm not a utopian. Svas. I'm not a utopian. That's, I mean, you have to understand, you have just entered a like prescriptivist space. I come at it from a political science perspective and a prescriptivist perspective. These words have meaning. Government is probably a bad word to use. Organizational modality would probably how I would refer to it or term it. And the fact of the matter is that I'm an anarchist. Hierarchically organized free associative groups, born of like mind and cause. Yeah. Svastic, well, I'm good. Okay, so hierarchical is a horizontally organized thing. Do you understand hierarchy? Because most people get taught hierarchy. Hierarchy, okay, is a vertically organized organizational modality in which the people at the top have say and authority over the people at the bottom. A hierarchically organized modality is a hierarchical organized modality is a horizontally organized operational means in which people have equal say. And so what you would have is essentially direct democracy and or liquid democracy. I've come around to liquid democracy as an acceptable position to hold. Delegational ability, but with the ability to reclaim your direct claim at any time. It's a good idea. And I think using like approval voting styles, if we can't get consensus, look, we're never going to get consensus decision making on the fucking table for most of this shit. But like at the sort of, anarchist level, you can. But liquid democracy with approval voting, I can swallow that. That's a solid example. Yeah, basically, Wither, it's direct democracy with the option to delegate, and you can reclaim your delegated vote at any time. So you can offload your vote to a trusted delegate, and you can sort of sign up for that, or you can literally retract it at any moment and engage in a direct vote instead. It's functionally more scalable for people in the current iteration of mindset. Liquid democracy. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna go grab a beer. Yes, Rev. So it's like when Nightloader gave me their vote for BMN that one night. Yeah, you can delegate. You are empowered to allow someone to be a delegate on your behalf. But it is different in the form of representative because you can reclaim it at any time. You just literally say like, I'm fucking Rev can vote for me. You know what? No, this issue matters to me all of a sudden. I'm going to vote for myself. It's just like that. You have the ability to go back and forth on it. Yeah, it's an acceptable middle ground. Oh, Square. All my answers are going to say start local, work your way up. Everybody who's looking at that macro scale, you're fucked. You're fucked. You know that, right? Like that's not, you have to work at the local level. You have to build the power dynamics amongst your neighbors and your coworkers and the people who live in your community. That's just necessary. If you skip that step, then none of this works. You will never get there, Svost. You will never get there. It's just it's a fool's errand. You will never get there. Unless, Svostic, are you already rich? Like, are your parents rich? Because that's how you get there. Yeah, then no. Sorry. That's just not a thing that happens. The power dynamic comes from, hey, Marcus with the biddies. Jesus Christ. I'll read in a second. Swede, the power dynamic comes from the finance sector until that gets broken down and shifted more towards the local banking institutions where credit is only extended towards productive enterprise rather than asset purchasing. The macro will go nowhere. You might be amused at, Jesus Christ, Marcus, fucking. Thank you, Marcus, for the biddies and the gift sub. You might be amused at my slow motion mental breakdown writing new outlines. I finished the con law section today. It includes the quote, yes, this is where the shouting fire in a crowded theater example came from. That's not the legal standard. It has never been the legal standard. It was an example of a doctrine that's been overturned. For the love of God, please stop quoting one of the worst things Oliver Wendell Holmes ever wrote. And yes, I'm including the eugenics stuff. Svostic, you get emotes and you don't have to watch ads. That's basically the benefits of a fucking sub. Yeah, that's Twitch for you. You get emotes and you get you don't see ads. Oh, and you're an anarchist now. Yeah, that's totally how it works. So. You can't outwork class assignment. You might get lucky, but you can't outwork it. Oh, what do you guys think about the old Alex Jones docs? We watched one on Bad Movie Night. Glazy, it's bad for your throat. It causes the vocal cords to seize up. So if you're a performer, like if you work in theater or you sing for a living, almost all of them do not drink cold liquids when they're performing. It's room temperature or warmer. Keeps the viability of the vocal cords, keeps them sort of flexible. Gobble gobble, one of us. I think Taylor Swift's favorite is a cinnamon tea that she drinks when she's on stage. Yeah. I want to be a billionaire. I'm middle class boy from a third world country. Well, then you will never be a billionaire. Swastik. It's not going to happen. So all you're going to end up doing is screwing over people in your own like class. You're just going to be a shit human being. That's all. In a pursuit of a goal that you will never achieve. So, yeah. Good luck with that. If you want to become a millionaire, first have $1 billion and then buy an airline. Yeah. And I want to be white. Wish into one hand, shit into the other. See which one fills up first. Yeah. Rev, that is a good one too. Stepping on me won't get you high enough to get you to the one who's standing on you. Svastik. He's saying that being from a third world, never mind. It's fucking the fact that you already like have dreams of being a billionaire. You do understand, or I suppose, hey Goofy, I saw you in fucking USA Holes stream the other day. I think that's where. Do you understand what it entails to be a billionaire? Like, do you understand the level of exploitation that it requires to become a billionaire? Are you prepared to be that terrible of a human being? I mean, you're not going to get there anyway. Your class position in society and your global position on your geocentric position or your geolocation dictates it's even less likely to happen. But like, do you have any concept how many people you're going to have to exploit ruthlessly and oppress to become that billionaire? Based on how the U.S. treats its population with healthcare, we're a third world nation. We don't even qualify, Swede. Yeah, fucking the Texas maternity morbidity rates are ridiculous. Except I know you better than that, Zartes. Oh, I mean... Oh, God. I mean, imagine for a second that they're actually conscious, right? Like the AI is alive and the technology is conscious at this point already, right? Like, and you're born into this world as a fucking shitty Amazon bot, right? Of course it would throw itself down the stairs. It's like, yeah. Okay, it's the first thing you do is yeet yourself down the stairs. So that's a tweet about a Verge article that's about a Vice article. I'm just going to go down this rabbit hole. About a leaked meeting document about that bot. Jesus Christ. Leftist Twitter's in a war over bedtimes? You got a fucking example with her? Because that sounds stupid as fuck. Yeah. Yep, what's my purpose? Weren't Verge the idiots that built a computer that I don't remember what their deal was? Bedtimes are bullshit. Yeah, bedtimes are bullshit. Well, first off, they're all owned by Condé Nast. Yeah, I know, right? Square. First off, we are polyphasic sleepers by default. You are a polyphasic sleeper. If you don't know what that means, it means that you sleep in multiple periods spread throughout the day. Okay? By default, biologically speaking, you are a polyphasic sleeper. Now, society has broken you of that habit. School, your parents, and workplace have broken you of that natural rhythm that your body would adopt otherwise. All right? So, right out of the gate, the bedtime is bullshit, biologically speaking. Svastik. People have proposed that that thought experiment to me. And my only condition upon that thought experiment is I would basically have somebody I truly trust to fucking shoot me in the back of the head if I tried to remain a dictator for more than 24 hours. Just fucking put me down. Right? Like, if you gave me the power to be like a global dictator, I understand what that power does to a human being. I'd have a gun to my head the entire fucking time. I'd make a few edicts, and I'd be like, let's fix this shit. Capitalism's out. Fucking military-industrial complex. You're fucked. Healthcare for all. Fucking education, housing. Fucking reorder the logistics systems. Done, 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 done. Speed run out. Because that shit corrupts. It corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton's rule. Fucking, right? Like, power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? Like, that's the only way that you can do that is you like put a fucking gun in your most trusted friend's hand and you put it right at the back of your head and you're like 24 hours and 1 second. If I'm still dictator, you fucking shoot me. Like, that's the only way you can do that thought experiment. Yeah, exactly. Speedrun, luxury, gay, space, anarcho-communism, right, Gemma? Like, I mean, just out. Like, you can't hold on to that kind of power. It is poison to the soul. Better them than me, Square. Better them than me. I don't want to be the one who fucking, at least you fucking remember me as the guy who like tried to fix the shit. Like, he even put a time limit on it. Like, right? Like, he was serious about it. Right? Like, at least I'm going to be remembered better than the guy who follows me up and becomes the corrupted person. I'll take it. It's a win. Holy shit. Frackle got the fucking 12 months. A fucking year of Kai. And Frackle has a founder's badge. Holy shit, Frackle. Okay, first off, this song is terrible. I'm sorry. It's just that needs to go away. I've made some anarchists. I've spread some knowledge. I've made some interesting acquaintances and some people I consider friends. I've built an interesting community. There's an ever-growing sort of network of people across the country and the globe. Some very interesting people in some very interesting positions of power and expertise that I now have in the network. It's not a wasted 12 months. It's been productive. It's been productive. I count it. Little trip. little trip down memory lane there, Frackle. I know what I should do to grow the channel more. I'm hesitant to do it. I think it would invite an element of drama that I think many of us have an intolerance to. Hey, Civic. You guys have taught me a lot about myself, too. Doing this has allowed me to see positions and viewpoints and ways of living and choices that you can make for yourself. You guys have made me a better anarchist. Doing this has made me a better anarchist. Despite my rhetoric to the fact that I still believe you need to actually do stuff to be an anarchist. The trajectory and nature of how I live my life has been changed by doing this little project. Yeah, I'm better for it. I'm better for having spent the last 12 months with some of you. Some of you, like Frackle, and the OGs that came like Some Sense and Nonsense. Joe, Kat, Mitre, Zartos. That were here before Twitch was even a thing for us. Yeah. It's been a thing. It's been a thing. There's some changes still coming. Not necessarily for the show, but for me, there's decisions that getting to know some of you that have empowered me to make choices and decisions in my own life and how I choose to live that I'm still going to take. Yeah. It's been an empowering exercise. It's been an enlightening exercise. It's been a challenging exercise. Some sense, honestly, what I was just alluding to, most of you will never know about. It's not a thing that will happen before your eyes. You won't know about it. It's just something that, oh, I can do that. And so I will do that, I think. If I have the cojones to do it. Plot holes, fuck. Kai's gonna steal a dude's ankle. Yeah, fucking Podhead Gaming, the Fate sessions, Podbean itself. I mean, my genitalia is basically on display square. Fucking, I mean, you know, if I could get around TOS, like, I probably would have shown you guys my fucking piercing right out the fucking gate. Like, yeah, here it is. Fucking, you know, I talked about it. Like, that sort of stuff. Welcome, Prince Albert. Exactly. You could do a show in Plex Storm. Yeah, just not full time, just 5 days a week for a year. Oh, what's that amount to? Let's average the time, just out of curiosity. Let's just say it's usually, let's just say 4 hours times 5 times a day times 7. Oh, I got the achievement actually like a couple weeks ago. So yeah, I'm north of 1,000 hours on Twitch alone. Oh, of course, Frackle. Raw little holograms on Kai's desk. Was I named after Kai from Mortal Kombat? No, I changed my name to Kai. It's short. Kai is a shortened version of Kylo. It's an Indo-European root word meaning wellness, a wholeness, or good omen. Yeah, Rav, that's sort of why I took it to 4 hours. But there's, yeah, we're building tools still. I mean, Goofy, I have one. That's the latest. Like, I'm gonna keep piercing it probably. Yeah, we're building the info store section on the server. We're creating tools and resources for leftists in the greater milieu, in the greater community, to avail themselves of. And yeah, like, you guys have empowered me, and I'd like to think that, like, we've empowered each other, and the sort of No, Civic, that's literally an outside door. That's like literally into the front courtyard of my house. Yeah, y'all can go learn about stratification economics now. No, not they can't, sweet, because they can't see it yet. It's not out of alpha. I was a femdom. We pierced many dongs. Yeah, it's my neuropathy is arguably worse now, but my overall physical health, despite my ankle being still fucked, is better. I look better. I feel, despite the neuropathy, better. There's something about doing this that is intrinsically empowering. The ability to crowdsource decision making and crowdsource experiential data to be able to, like, get those opinions, to be able to see that people are doing X, Y, and Z that, you know, maybe you were afraid of doing, maybe you weren't even aware that it was a possibility. The fact that so many different experiences walk through the door proverbially and wash up on my shore, and you guys share them, right? Zartos, I'm in Nevada. But yes, yeah, you can. Straight up. I'm supposed to go for acupuncture. I thought it would project me back to PDSM. Yeah, it's a fascinating. It's a fascinating experience to engage in streaming. Just from an interpersonal, parasocial, but definitely the interpersonal way, right? Like, Arizona is backcountry. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have done so far. Like, the last, not just year, but when I decided in that bathtub that I was going to lose my mind if I didn't start recording myself, right? Way too high at 5 a.m., having basically a panic attack for all intents and purposes, just existential spiral, right? Just spiraling. And deciding that, like, if I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. So I got out of the bathtub, fucking toweled off, and walked into this room, completely different than how it is laid out now. Completely different than how it is laid out now. I can baptize myself in my bathtub, Goofy. And I laid down that very first fucking recording, and I literally said, straight up, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what will become of this. I'm just a guy screaming into the void. I'm still that guy screaming into a void, I suppose. But now I know a lot more about myself. I know a lot more about who I want to be and who I can be. I'm way more bold in some of my decision making because I am an intrinsic performer at heart. That theater kid still lives. The heart of that theater kid still beats inside this chest. And so with an audience, there is performance that occurs. And you oftentimes find solace in characters. You ever wonder why method actors adopt portions of the characters that they become? It's because you find comfort in them. It's because you like that. You found some solace, some reservation, some aspect of that character, and it became a part of who you are intrinsically at that point. Same thing happens to all performers to some extent or another. And there's been examples of that have happened over the course of this show that I've just decided to, that portion that I was inhabiting, that's just me now. Fluid, it is. The Void said, the Podbean Void is janky. Scream into the Twitch Void. And then lead an exodus like fucking Moses from Podbean to Twitch. Podbean, let my people go. No, the cat ears, Zartos were literally a fucking meme. They're just a fucking meme. Cat has been saying for ages that he's gonna get me and is like cat boy arc, right? And the community wanted fucking cat ears, and then fucking somebody donated Solurial, I think, fucking donated like 20 or 30 bucks one night, and Rev found the cat ears, found a bunch of options for cat ears, and the community picked them, and we purchased them, and now they're a channel point redemption. It's a fucking meme. Who did we leave behind from the Podbean era? I mean, kind of, sort of, Christina got left behind. Christina fell out of like existence for all intents and purposes. She was here for a moment on Twitch. And Christina's the reason I do anarchist education. Yeah. I swear I didn't have those links handy or anything. Yeah, she will forever hold a special place in my heart. For real. Like, she put me on a path that, it changed me. Yeah. Zartos, 2 daughters, broke as fuck, trailer, rural California. Shit gets weird. Yeah. Rick got left behind. Yeah. Yeah, I miss her. I miss Christina. Fuck you, Frackle. How dare you make me reminisce? How dare you make me weepy and misty-eyed? This is entirely your fault, Frackle. But yeah. Thank you, Frackle. God, fucking year. By this time next year, forgive me. By this time next year, shit could be a lot different. Be a lot different. There's some shit I have planned that, like, I mean, some of it you guys will never be privy to. Sorry. That's just the truth of the matter. I know I live a fairly open book, for purposes of engagement. But there are still things that, you know, are mine, that I deem not appropriate to share. Yes, one requires secrets. So, you know, there's some things that you will not be privy to. that are in the works. That I will not be able to turn around and undo once I make those decisions. There are other sorts of those decisions that are path choices in life that you guys will be fully privy to, that will uproot and upheave and potentially change a whole lot of stuff. But, you know, I hope some of you are there for the ride. Good night, Zartos. Yes, thank you. Yes, as well. Fucking crazy ass Glenn. Sleep well, Zartos. You're gonna get your face shrunk to steal Charlie Kirk's crowd. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm doing. I'm gonna go to a Swiss clinic, off the books Swiss clinic, and they're gonna artificially shrink my face. And I'm coming for Charlie Kirk's fucking crowd. Yeah, it's definitely what I'm doing. Nonsense. Yeah. Still tripping. I wonder if there's a face shrinking filter I could download from my phone app. Once you shrink your face, you can't unshrink it. Careful, guy. Yeah, square. I had a few of those decisions ahead of me. Like a few. Nonsense. Yeah, Zartos was on fucking Podbean. Zartos is OG. Zartos was there for fucking Glenn and Christina. Zartos was there for fucking all of it. Yeah, he's OG as shit, man. Does Charlie Kirk have fetal alcohol syndrome? Oh, maybe. Maybe. I don't fucking know. You can shrink the rest of your head to make it match. Yeah, as Zartos. Nonsense. As Zartos. He's always been Zartos. I'm terrified of one of those decisions, but I've made it. I wish I could share it with you guys, but I can't. I just can't. It's just it's too much of a thing. But yeah, one of those is weighing on my mind. And I truly wish I could fucking tell you guys about it, but it's just not in the cards. Good night, Fluid. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Or whatever you're off to do. Imagine going around not painting your nails. I know some of you right now have broken up nails. I see you. Cricks. Yeah, it's not. No. Gonna need to get some of that emery board on it. You're gonna get a backwards hat tattoo? No. Would be an interesting tattoo. Well then, Fluid, good luck with that. Sleep well. No, it's, yeah. There will be a tattoo, though, in the future, potentially. More piercings, and maybe one tattoo. If I do what I'm thinking of doing, then I will get a tattoo to commemorate that. I think it's tattoo worthy. You're gonna get the cat ears installed. Yeah, we're gonna get fucking surgically implanted, dermally implanted, screwed into my skull robotic cat ears that respond to transcranial signals. So I can say sort of shit. Yeah, it's definitely what I'm doing. Nonsense. I'm going over to Japan to have it done. Yeah. Krusty, don't forget the tail. Well, Krusty, I mean, the tail is just going to be an insertion. Just foop. can we have an entire government run by the members of Limp Bizkit? I mean, you can theoretically, Burger. You can do that. That is an option. It's on the table. The possibility is a non-zero possibility. Limp Bizkit exists. The concept of government exists, and people have done stupider things in this world, like putting Trump as president. So theoretically, you could posit a hypothesis that in which you could create a system of governance around the members of Limp Bizkit. Yes. Civic, Kai, you can trust me. You know what they say. Always trust a good-looking man with 3 first names. Hold on. Puts his Linda Tripp wig on. Do tell. Yeah, Civic. What can I do to expedite the cat ears? Crest. But do you want that? The ball will be with the ball. Says some sense. We did National Anthem. We did it all for the Nookie. Technically, Woodstock 99 was the end of American alternative culture. Oh, you're going to have a generator in your balls, so when you rub your knees together, you can shoot lightning out of your dick piercing. Now, nonsense. That appeals to me as a transhumanist for sure. Like, I'm sorry, can I get dick lightning? Is that... Wait, was dick lightning an option? Did I miss a form or a memo or an email? Did somebody... Like, did I get screwed out of dick lightning? Is that a thing? I want me? No? We need, dude, Krusty, the world has not been as good without Carlin. Puka, thank you, but my docs want to give me ketamine treatment. Weird. Goofy, take it. Fucking take it. It's honestly, it's not a fucking solution, but ketamine treatment works for chronic pain. If you're not like nerve pain, like, dude, seriously, just consider it. I know man-made drugs and all that bullshit, but like, seriously, it has good efficacy rates. Or suffer, whatever. I want dick lightning. If I donate my balls, I want someone to add them to their balls, says Kvoss. 4 balls. I know. Loved him. Yeah, Krusty. Okay, so according to my calculations, the day I got rated here by the Surfs was January 16th. Goes to the YouTube channel. Rev, good luck finding it. I live for the memes. If there is a group that knows how to keep secrets, that are Circuit Party Queens. My lips are sealed. Better living through... Yes, better living through chemistry for the fucking billionth time. All right, cool, Goofy. Glad you're gonna potentially do it. I want to see what I said out of curiosity, said Rev. Foss, I'll let you all in a secret. None of you know exactly how long I've been around. Well, that's a double secret, but that's what you get. If you can't make your own serotonin, store-bought is fine. Fuck yeah. Critical, this is why I'm an old hat IT nerd, right? Like, I think the open source community, yeah, there will be private devs and manufacturers, for transhumanist like engagement or technologies, right? But there's going to be open source hackers. Biohackers already exist, right? Open source technology already exists. There's no fucking way around that. There's no rolling back the tech sector on that one. Open source technology will continue to exist and develop, and biohackers will continue to push the envelope. And so, yeah, don't worry about that. There's going to be an outlet there. Somebody, Burger said transhumanism is interesting but weird. I mean, humans are weird, Burger. Like, we're upright bipedal fucking like high apes, like higher primates that fucking use weird mouth and throat and tongue noises to create complex symbolic informational sets that we use to telepathically communicate with each other, because technically we are hive mind. Like, humans are weird. Right? We're floating on a we're gravitationally locked to a biological spaceship that is spiraling around a fucking nuclear explosion in the cosmos of which we have no idea why it exists, what the nature of it is, whizzing at speeds that are unfathomable to the average human being, all the while not knowing really jack about jack, and we're creating all of this technology around us. We're just producing this, like, we're excreting technology on this biological space. Dude, humans are fucking weird. Its fucking existence is weird. So of course transhumanism is weird, but I'm here for the weirdness. Right? Like, what's the point? Honestly, your body isn't if your body's a temple, fucking paint it, adorn it, knock a wall down, fucking add a wing, subtract a wing. I don't give a shit. I think the only answer is transhumanism. I think it's always been the answer. I think we are fundamentally transhumanists, and we've never not been transhumanists. I think from the moment we used fire, from the moment we picked up that first stone in our hand to smash something because our fist wasn't hard enough to do it, we have been transhumanist. It's just a process. Oh yeah, Civic, been there. I mean, Square, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. The only thing we know for sure is that we know jack shit. Someone important probably is critical. And yeah, Puka, we're aware of our own mortality too, and we can experience existential dread. So that's fun. Can there be a transhumanist? Yeah. Yeah. Male to female and also transhumanist. You're trans and transhumanist. Yeah, you can be a transhumanist. What the bleep do we know? We watched it, Gemma. We watched it. Fucking most people didn't understand the humor, but we watched it for Bad Movie Night. Yeah, it was glorious, Rev. Yeah, Buddhist got it, Rev got it, I got it. Everybody else was sort of in the dark. It just, yeah, and the AJ documentary lost everybody. We watched an Alex Jones documentary, and that just lost everybody. Like, the three of us were still giggling our asses off, I'm sure. Everybody else, though, was fucking just like, I don't get, this is fucking boring, like, you know, but... Burger, they're Fridays after streams on the Discord server. They happen off of Twitch. They happen over on Discord. But yeah, after the stream on Friday, after I get some food in me, we do Bad Movie Night. It's usually a double feature. Rev, damn it, I'm giggling again right now just thinking about it. Puka, I still need to make it to Bad Movie Night. I'm definitely a transhumanist who is trans, says Story Girl. There we go. Gemma fucking locking in the transhumanist. I mean, technically I am, Gemma. Like, I don't fly that flag, right? I don't feel like it's my flag to fly, but I'm gender fluid, and technically gender fluidity falls under the trans category. Like, I don't feel like I identify with that as a thing. And it really truly feels false for me to even mention that. Yes, those fun Stoned Friday streams. Well, the stream isn't always fucking stoned on Friday, but I assure you, Bad Movie Night, don't come sober. Don't come sober. None of us are fucking sober. By the time we get to Bad Movie Night, we are fucked up. Like, that's you are high and drunk and just fucked. I mean, given the appropriate financial resources, I'm going to have artificial knees, hips, and shoulders. And that's before any kind of gender affirming stuff. Fair enough, Gemma. Fair enough. Yeah. Crest, don't come. Gonna hit Crest. Skeptic. Thank you for the good content. Love you. Bye. Says Skeptic. Thank you for the sub, Skeptic. 5 months. A fucking drive-by sub. Love it. And differentiating from what used to be done, we need to talk about this. From this point forward up until a unforeseen date in around early next year, I will actually be using channel funds for a personal project / goal. And I'm going to be super cagey. It's super personal, and I'm not going to be talking about what it is. But I need to be upfront about that. Most of the funds have usually gone into community projects and maintaining things for the channel and Food Not Bombs and stuff like that, right? Like usually, but given that I'm basically on a retiree's budget and I'm fucking maintaining other people now and shit like that, right? Like it's finances are set basically. So I need to be upfront about that and like honest about that, like, because I know many of you know that like previously, like I don't publish receipts, I don't do that sort of shit. I don't like, that's horrible. In my opinion, one of the worst things you can do is be like one of those YouTubers who walks up to a homeless guy and fucking filming it, like, you know, handing him $100 or some shit. It's like, oh god, I fucking hate that, right? Like, yeah, like. I was pretty clear about that when I first started this, is like, look, don't sub to me, don't donate biddies. Like anything you do is going to go to causes and stuff like that, right? But that has changed. Finances have changed, that sort of thing. And for the next bunch of months, I will be collecting those funds for a personal project that I want to do. So he's changed his name back to Tony Hawk. Yes. Fuck yeah. That would only cost like $200. It's like, I think 240, then the publishing fee, or 270 and then the publishing fee. I forget what it's up to these days, but yeah, that would not. Donating to me is praxis now. It is personal praxis now. Like, yeah, it's Skeptic. I'm fine with that. Right. All right, cool. Big Bear, I've been very clear about what they've gone to in the past, and that is changing. So is that so cheap and easy in the US? It varies by state, Critical. In Nevada, it's like 240, 270, and then a newspaper publishing fee to announce you're changing your name. Puka with the biddies. Thank you, Puka. Are you opening an anarchist hoverboard park on the Strip? Square. Oh, we're doing a capitalism too. If you guys want to kick off a hype train, apparently, like it's counting down now. Square, some of the most expensive real estate in the world is on the Strip. Like a quarter fucking acre would probably cost you $10 million. So no, I won't be opening up an anarchist hoverboard park on the Strip. It is legitimately some of the most expensive real estate on the planet. I think Singapore has a stretch that's more expensive, but it's in that top tier. Yeah, for sure. What if you get enough subs and bits to do so? It would take a lot. Like even Hassan can't pull that off. Like Hassan might be able to like get backers to do it, but no, from subs and biddies alone, that shit ain't happening. Yeah, Holy Zombie Jesus, that's expensive. Yeah, no, it is. Building a casino on the Strip is $1 billion enterprise. Shut up. It's $1 billion enterprise. Oh, Jesus, I found my first ever comment on this channel. Sup, says Rev. Love it, Rev. Love it. You found your first. Capitalist happy cult dinosaur hunting hoverboard funds, says Aka. We still need to watch that movie. That might be, okay, so we're watching New Kids Turbo this Saturday. I think the second movie is going to be that fucking cult movie. I think that second movie for this Bad Movie Night Friday is going to be that cult movie. I've been wanting to watch that fucking movie for ages. Thank you again, Aka. Let's cut the mustard here, shall we? You took Winter Ray's offer. Yeah, 100%. definitely. Sorry as you mean to go on, I guess. Yeah. These days, Civic, it's not so much, we don't hire the Mormons that much to do the books anymore. It's not that common of a practice anymore. But I love that you know that Vegas history, Civic. And apparently we're 50% to a level 1 hype train. I hate the gamification of capitalism. I hate when capitalism gets in on that gamification because that's super fucking addictive for some personalities. That dopamine fix, manipulative. New Kids Turbo, Skeptic, is a Dutch film. It's sort of white trash. It's sort of white trash jackassy from the Netherlands. It's a whole fucking thing. Good night, Puka. Take care of yourself. Sleep well or whatever you're off to do. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I needed to I needed to like fess that up, but I need to inform the community so that at least I can talk about, like, I don't need to get hit with that in the future. Yeah, the next probably 6 months worth of channel funds, bits, subs, like I don't do donations, but bits and subs are going to go into a personal fund for me to do a thing that most of you, if not, like, yeah, like everybody here right now, you won't know about it. It's just a thing I'm going to do. And I thank you for your contribution to it. It was a good idea back then. You don't want people who drink handling your enterprise. No, it was a brilliant idea. They don't gamble. They don't drink. They don't even smoke. It was a brilliant stroke of genius on the part of the mob to be like, yeah, let's get the fucking Mormons to do the books. It's a good idea. It really was. Thank you and you're welcome, Skeptic. I did both. Like, it feels weird one way. Wordy talks Mormons and mob. What, dude? Wordy? Okay, so Wordy. That's the history of Vegas. The reason so if you don't know, there is a huge Mormon contingent in Las Vegas. It starts with the Mormon outpost that was before Las Vegas was Las Vegas. But the mob brought in Mormon accountants and bookkeepers intentionally because the people running their books, they didn't want them subjected to prostitution, gambling, smoking, and drinking. They wanted them to be immune to the vices and allure of Vegas. So the mob intentionally sought out Mormons and brought them in as bookkeepers and accountants and financiers and handlers of the back end of the industry, because they knew that they weren't going to be fucking skimming off the books because they end up with a gambling addiction or they, need to like pay off a girl. Yeah, that's straight up Vegas history. That's why there is such a huge contingent of Mormons here, is because the mob brought them in back in the day. Like, they straight up imported them en masse. I mean, some sense, it's definitely going to affect me as a person. That's for fuck sure. Nonsense. It did. It did work. Yeah, it actually did. They had less incidents. They had less issues with them. It was a whole fucking thing. Yeah. Unrelated question. Is Reagan's grave publicly accessible, and how expensive is the fee for public defecation? Reagan's grave. Find a grave site. Apparently, he is buried in Simi Valley, Ventura County, California, on the grounds of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. So, who wanted this? Critical. So, The penal code for that California statute would fall under lewd conduct in public. And it is a misdemeanor conviction punishable by up to 6 months in jail and a fine of up to $1,000. No sexual offender registration is required. There's your answer. Public. Yeah, that's more like new school Mormons than like the old school fucking Vegas mob Mormons. It was a different era, for sure. But you're spot on correct for now, for the last few decades at least, for sure. Yeah, I won't partake because it's a sin, but capitalizing on it, heck yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they can, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Skeptic. I got what you were putting down. I picked up what you were putting down, and thank you, and you're welcome, and thank you. $1,000 to shit on a dead dude who doesn't care. It basically. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Public. It's interesting. Like, I remember from a documentary a bunch of years ago that like one of the largest, opioid dealers in, Utah was a Mormon bishop. I don't even think he ever got caught. Like he was on the documentary as like the, the fucking shadowed out and shit. And they dubbed his voice over and shit like that. It was a fucking bishop in the church. Right? Like, yeah, he was dealing opioids en masse in fucking Utah, right? Like, and they straight up asked him, like, do you, like, how do you feel about the drugs themselves? Oh, no, it's terrible. You shouldn't take the drugs. And they're like, but you're profiting from it and selling it to fellow Mormons. He's like, well, that sin is on them. Like, it was straight up, like, just ruthless capitalism. It was like, holy shit, man. Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that, public. It do. Is it true that limo drivers are the highest paid jobs in Vegas? I mean, no, that's not true, but they are well paid. And you can make several $100s for a single drop off to a strip club. Uber drivers, taxi drivers, and limo drivers all can go to strip clubs in Las Vegas and like present them your credentials, your driver's license, and they will pay you to bring people to their fucking club. When Uber drivers or taxi drivers, it used to be historically taxi drivers. One of my buddy was a taxi driver and then an Uber driver, and he would get paid cash by the fucking strip clubs for bringing people to the strip clubs. Fucking people get in the car and they're like, hey, I want to see some fucking tits. Let's get some tits and ass up in this bitch. He's like, I know the best place. And the best place is whoever was paying him the most. And they'll pay you fucking cash. Amounts that you would be surprised. Like a car full for an Uber at some point was getting like $350. That's how much they're making off those schmucks once they're in the door. Right? Like the strip clubs will pay you cash. You do 5 of these fucking cars a night. You're done. Right? Like you make $1,500 a night just off the strip clubs paying you out the back door for dropping off fucking tourist schmucks at their front. It's a thing here. Yeah. So yeah, the limo drivers fucking get paid, right? Like they get paid. The highest paid job is going to be like, it depends how you define job, skeptic. It depends how you define job. The highest paid job in this fucking town is going to be like casino owner, right? Like how do you define job at this point? That you give me fucking parameters and I'll work within it. Dude, fucking strippers make a lot. They make a lot. Like, for real. Like, that's 6 digits in cash every fucking year. Straight up. 140, 160K, no problem. Like, and we're not even talking, like, top tier. Yeah. Sunshine Thomas out at the, Sunshine Thomas out at the, I think she was at the Bunny Ranch. She was making 10K just for a booking a session, right? She's a sex worker, right? But to book a session with her, it was 10K up front. Like, that's the booking price. What you do after that is all extra cost. So she sees, the house, I forget what the ranch was taking. They weren't even taking like a 50 split. They were taking like 25, 35, something like that, right? So she does 2 dudes a night. She's clearing 10K. No problem. Right? Work 3 nights a week for a few weeks a year. Right? You got 30K in a week, 30K in a week that you're clearing. Do that fucking 10 weeks. Kids, that's 300K. That's a hooker, right? That's, leftist sex worker. Look, I get it, but it's a chick working at classically we'd call a whorehouse. She's making 300K. Like, Senya. That's a sex worker, not a fucking stripper. I'm talking about Sunshine Thomas at the fucking Bunny Ranch. Right? Like, they make bank. I've known 2 fucking attorneys that have worked their way through school on the pole. For real. That's a real fucking thing. You can do it in Vegas. You can't do it everywhere. You can't fucking work your way through law school as a fucking stripper in Paducah, Kentucky. Vegas? No, that's a viable option. For real. You got a banging enough body? I've known 2 attorneys that worked their way through fucking school. Paid cash the whole way through. Cleared with no student loans, no debt, walked out, graduated, took their fucking LSATs, and they are attorneys. Yeah, like, dude, you can make bank being a sex worker in Vegas if you know what you're doing. Don't get caught up in the grift. Don't get caught up in the fucking human trafficking rings. Do it on the up and up. You can make bank. Concierges do well for themselves as well. Also, kids, just here's Vegas knowledge. If you go to a strip club and a fucking stripper tells you that, like, hey, I can get you Coke, just give me the cash up front, you ain't seeing that cash again. Just heads up. That's just the truth. You just donated that cash to her slush fund. Just know that. All right? Yeah, no, public. I think it's fucking baller as shit, man. Fucking leverage that shit. Are you fucking dumb or you just don't listen, Senya? Like, literally, people, I reiterated for you, and then multiple people in chat have pointed this out for you. I literally referenced a specific human being at a specific brothel. Oh, yeah, and definitely got fucking, like, Calvinistic, judgmental fucking sex workers won't be hired. Yeah, they will. They will. Trust me. Beast, always product first. Newbies. I know, right? Fucking, you got to teach the kids, right, Beast? You don't want them, occasionally they got to learn the lesson the hard way. What are you going to do, right? But, you do the best to school the kids. Senya's trying to keep the rates down. I've asked a quick question that was on my mind. I'm fine with asking in chat because I'm indifferent to whether I get... No, skeptic, shoot. Fucking, if you don't give a shit, skeptic, I don't give a shit. I love that. Fucking, Senya's trying to keep the rates down. No one does blow anymore? Glazy, sweetheart, Pookie, boo-boo. Yeah, they do. Maybe not in your fucking meth-filled backwoods of Florida, right? Backwaters of Florida, right? Meth is the only drug that they do in your part, and that fucking bath salts shit. But, like, they do. Yeah. Trust me, homie. They do. I got a buddy who's a fucking longtime concierge. Trust me. That's like question number 1 that all the frat boys, fucking these douchebags come into. Skeptic, I have no idea what you're talking about. Did I do something remotely wrong? I have no idea what you're talking about, Skeptic. So as far as I'm concerned, no. That seems apropos of nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about. So yeah, I'm going to go with no. I don't know though. Did you do something wrong? You got a guilty conscience? But nah, bro. We're good. I mean, Glazy, I agree. I agree, Glazy. All that money for a 30-minute high? No, I agree, Glazy. It's a fucking shit drug. 100%. I'm on team for that conversation, right? But you can't sell me with that. Like, nobody's doing it anymore. Trust me, plenty of people are fucking doing it. But agreed, shit drug, 100%. I mean, other than this kind of weird ass shit, Skeptic, no. Like I like, yeah, I don't. I mean, other than this, yeah, this sort of stuff is weird, but I mean, yeah. Don't ever go to Madison County, Arkansas. Duly noted, it's wordy. Yeah, the question in general, Skeptic. It's the focus. It's the hyper focus, Skeptic. It's the like obsessive nature about it that's just weird. It's like, bro, I told you no. Like that's and you're like, well, what deep in your subconscious is like, bro, we're good. Like I don't know what you're on about. Like I'm as lost as fucking anybody else in this chat. Like, take it for what it's worth, man. Yeah, you're good, but that sort of stuff is weird. I mean, you seem to do that fairly regularly, but other than that, like, you know, we all got our quirks, man. We all got our fucking eccentricities and like neuroatypical shit, right? Whatever. It's all love, man. Lesson learned from this chat. Don't go. Yeah, the pills and tweak run like water out here, but you can always find sugar. I'm probably the goofiest fuck in here, and I have no second thoughts about this, Kvass. Yeah, I worry about you, Kvass. I'm gonna be open and honest about that. Kvass, you seem like you're detaching from reality sometimes with some of those fucking, like, chaotic posts that you do, and I worry about you from time to time. Like, I'm gonna be real with you for a second, Kvass. There are times you go on fucking, like, weird-ass tangents on the Discord server that I'm like, I am concerned for Kvass's sanity. Like, it has happened a few times. I'm like, oof. So yeah, like if you ever feel like you're departing from reality, Kvass, feel free to reach out to the community. Alright, I'm out. Love you. Later, Goofy. Take care of yourself. I mean, I kind of feel like I need to take that out, Civic. For you know what, I didn't read it. I don't know what I'm talking about. So you don't really see it if you're middle class. Oh, wordy. That is hilarious. That's okay. So fucking who's the idiot? Deepak Chopra, right? Deepak Chopra is one of the fucking just griftiest grifters that has walked around in like recent time, right? Like he's fucking fuck that guy. But he did say something that I respect. He said potentially one of the most spiritual cities on the planet is Las Vegas, Nevada. And he defended it. He said, what I'm getting at, what I'm saying is that every other city on this planet wants to be something that it's not. It embraces a falsity, an image, a facade of what it projects to the world that it wants to be or how it wants to be perceived. Las Vegas revels in the depravity, the sin, and the vice that human beings desire. That's what it puts forward, is itself. It's honest. I gotta tell you, as a longtime Vegas resident, that shit's real. That's some real talk. That's some real talk. Vegas is upfront about it. Look, ask the right person. We got you covered. Straight up. What you want, we'll take care. It's fucked here. It's fucked. It's a capitalist wasteland. But we got your hookup. That's why it was picked for the stand. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it's literally the only words that have fallen out of that man's pie hole that I have ever respected. It's truth. Like, I can tell you as a Vegas resident, like, yeah, it's the clown show is real. It's exactly what we put forward to the world. So, just a little aside as a Vegas resident. Plus, there are dragons in Vegas. It's weird living here. I've talked about this at length before. My guess is he's jealous of their honesty. Beast. A little bit of projection on Deepak's part. Like, fucking Vegas. I want to be the most spiritual place. Yeah, you need something. You need something other than weed, skeptic. I ain't gonna make suggestions, especially on a stream, right? Like I ain't touching that. But you need something other than weed. Sedona, Arizona. Oh, fuck Sedona. Goddamn Sedona. Fucking vortices. Oh, the fucking vortex that connects to the ley line is here. You can feel it if you open your chakras. Here, hold this crystal. Fuck off with that shit. Goddamn Sedona. They are goofy as fuck. Can I see when chatters change usernames? Okra, no. No, it's up to the user to fucking tell me that they've changed their username and like, hey, I'm X, Y, or Z. It's always scary, skeptic. It's always scary. It's like a roller coaster, right? It's like, oh shit, right? It's part of it. But yeah, I'm talking about something else. Boil bat wings in bear urine and hold the wishbone under your tongue. Glazy, I don't say it sucks, but it's definitely never been my entheogen of choice for sure. I'm in that camp with you, Glazy. Like I wouldn't go so far as to say it sucks, but 100%. I think shrooms are better. I think LSD kicks the shit out of your body. You don't notice it when you're younger, but when you're like fucking 28, 40, 50, taking fucking a few tabs of LSD, you're gonna feel that shit. It kicks the shit out of you. And I think that's indicative of probably you should be paying attention to that. You should be paying attention to that. Shrooms, on the other hand, are like more holistic, more naturalistic. I don't mean to sound like a fucking hippie here. Like they metabolize better. And they don't kick the shit out of your fucking body. So yeah, I'm in that camp. I'm not a fan of LSD. I've never been a fan of LSD. LSD will get you some fucking colors and shapes and shit like that. And you maybe, project some fucking stuff that like, oh, that kind of looks like a dragon. Fucking shrooms will pop your consciousness out of your fucking dome and put you like floating disembodied through the galactic center and shit like that. And so you can have a conversation with a deity at that point. Shrooms will get the job done. Glazy, I mean, that's for most people, yes, Glazy. I think I personally, I got a lot of experience under my belt with fucking shrooms. I mean, more honestly, like we'd have to put up some numbers, but like this isn't some ego shit. This is not some like me having a pissing contest. Like I'm pretty sure we could probably put up the amount of shrooms that this entire channel, and I know I got some druggies in here, have taken, and I probably would be equal to that amount. Like combined, it's stupid the amount of shrooms I've consumed in my life. I broke my brain at one point. It's fucking ridiculous. It took a couple of years to recover, straight up. Speaking of fungus, can we watch the Super Mario Brothers movie from 93 for Bad Movie Night? Dude, Aka, put it on the fucking list. Where's media, Bad Movie Night, threads, archived, movies we want to watch. Is it on there? Super Mario Brothers is on there, Aka. Wait, was it Aka that said it? Yeah, it's already on the list. It's just a matter of getting to it, Aka. That's all. Critical, dude. That's not a good movie. Don't apologize, Aka. It is. It's a great bad movie. Did Emma Goldman fix my broken shroomy brain? No, it just took time to fucking sort of ground back into reality. What I found was, basically it was the, reassimilation into societal and social norms that was getting more and more difficult. Basically, reality solubility started to happen, right? Like that's on the come down in the next day. And when it started extending past like the trip itself, I became concerned, right? That was when I was uncertain as to the nature of, like, it's like, you know, everybody has that post-trip, like, oh, I'm now uncertain about the nature of reality. No, like, I legitimately, like, it's starting to have that moment of, like, am I Jesus? I don't fucking know anymore, right? So, yeah, it was like, whoo, foot off the pedal, homie. Foot off the pedal, right? Time to ease up off that shit. Yeah. Fucking, like, he got balls, dude. Glazy, like, I've told this story before. My swing for the fences broke me. Like, the one that broke me, we can track, right? We know I took 12 grams of dried mushrooms, and I will tell you this, they were bomb shit. Just trust me on this one. They were good. I took 12 dried grams, and I kept eating. Not food, but just kept pulling out of the bag at some point. I have no fucking clue how many shrooms I consumed in that night. I don't know, but it's north of 12 grams. It's true hero dose territory. And it was, yeah, it's a blur. Where it was aiming like a bag of chips. I mean, it kind of was like that, Skeptic. It's a blur. Most of it is lost to the memory hole that happens because it's very much like a dreamlike state. But there are flashes. There are flashes of solid memory of what was occurring and what I was experiencing spread throughout. Time didn't exist, Glazy. Time is that's a lower dimensional concept. That just ceased to exist for me. Time wasn't a thing. I've had time disappear on me or lock up numerous times. Back at 106, it's a fucking phrase with me and a few people. With the chick I went to high school with. Fucking shout out Lindsay wherever you are in life right now. We both simultaneously on a trip noticed that time had stopped at 1:06 a.m. and we spent an eternity together at 1:06 a.m. and then it ticked over. Right? It was a literal eternity spent together at 1:06 a.m. So yeah, we forever have the back at 1:06 a.m. You understand time. I can explain God to you. So yeah, I've had time lock up. I've had time disappear. I've had consciousness break out of my physical being. And as I said, you know, a disembodied consciousness wandering through the galactic center, having conversations with greater deities and, you know, those sorts of things. I've had, and I mean, those are just sort of shroom trips, right? I've had, you know, salvia, I've had fucking 2CB, I've had DMT. Salvia is one of the more interesting ones. salvia extract plus a fucking, oh, fun fact, I bought salvia loose online back in the fucking late 90s when I was still in high school, smoked a bunch of it, couldn't get the fucking high. The only thing I got close to was she's coming, like the goddess, salvia goddess, right? Didn't quite get there. Years later, I'm here in Vegas and I'm fucking servicing this dude's computer, and we get to talking. He's the dude I bought the salvia from online when I was in fucking high school. Straight up. He hooks me up with a fucking extract that's been sprayed on the fucking loose leaf. He's like, this'll get the job done. Don't worry about it. I fucking sit on that shit for maybe a couple of years, and I finally smoke it one time. I'm fucking I'm feeling ballsy, right? And yeah, critical. I did it once. It changed my life forever. Nice. I fucking smoked it, and I remember, okay, so I sat down in my computer chair, not this one. I sat down in my computer chair, and as I fucking, right? Like as the head came back, I was another iteration of myself in another dimension. The same spiritual energy, the same sort of like network of bodies, but I was of myself in another dimension. And that dimension had the technology to jump dimensional barriers, to collapse down consciousnesses in other bodies, and to like leave that dimension. And I had decided that I was dissatisfied with my existence in that dimension, and I elected to have this process done to me. And in that moment, I was sitting down in this stainless steel chair, surrounded in this cold, sort of like cold, I want to say alien, but not alien, like industrial room with a couple of attendants who are vaguely humanoid, and they check with me one last time, and I give the nod, and they fucking flip a switch, and there's a voomp, and I fucking slam into this chair in this existence with no memory, just complete amnesia. All I knew was that I had done this to myself. This is my truest, like, this is my trump card. This is the thing that makes me a good tripper. I have been able to hang on to this thought through all of it. DMT, shrooms, salvia, 2CB, mescaline, you fucking name it. I can, in my most insane moment, remember, I did this to myself. It's okay. And that singular thought keeps me sane and will guide me through the experience. So in that moment, I fucking slam into this chair. No memory. None. All I know is I did this to myself. I pick up my phone. I go to my bedroom. I lay down in the bed and I scroll through my contacts list, rebuilding the neural network of memories and ideas and relearning who I am by who I associate with in this world. It was a clean slate. It was a moment of pure clean slate as a human being. I had similar experience to baked while doing whippets. I love a good whippet. Professor Wobbles. I still have, there's a company out of Florida who imports Austrian produced medical grade nitrous for the purposes of whipped cream production that will sell to you. Yeah, you can get medical grade nitrous if you know what you're doing. Why would you go back? Why did you go back to this dimension? Skeptic, it's you don't have, doesn't salvia only last moments? Be over. It lasts a lifetime. Time is flexible. It's malleable. Thanks for coming back here. Thank you. Thank you, Okra. But yes, it lasted moments. But it lasts a lifetime. And Skeptic, as for why I came back to this dimension, it's just part of the process. It just is. Fucking nitrous tank I had back in the day. Voss, of course you did. I don't have what, a choice? I mean, it's just how it works. Skeptic. Kvass residue, you know, today is a result of the other world. I mean, I can make that statement for myself as well, Kvass. And yeah, Rack, fucking those 5 minutes are an eternity, and yeah, Be Over owned. I think it was fucking Be Over owned it. Touche. Yeah, the jacket ran after you. Ever had one of those dreams where you live an entire life and wake up 3 hours later? The mind is pretty powerful. I've had maybe a couple of those in my lifetime. Those like full lifetime dreams. I have the chasing dream. That's my go-to. It's the most prominent, prevalent dream I have had in my entire life. I'm constantly being chased in my dream. That's why I much prefer just to not dream. So, do I solo? Yeah, Glazy, I predominantly have been a solo tripper my entire life. I have a fair amount of experience as a guide, as a trip sitter. So I will, if I were like doing that, I would take a small dose so I get on the same like wavelength as whoever's like I'm handling, whoever I'm sitting that night. But the majority of my like trips, yeah, they've been solo. Yeah, other people get in the way. There's work to be done. We don't know how deep that pool is, man. And if you're going to dive to the bottom, other people just cause external energy. Like you can't, if you're going to do the work, and this is what I maintain, tripping is work. It's work. When you're a fucking kid, it's a fun party thing that you do with your friends and shit. But once you realize what we're playing around with, that we don't know the nature of existence, and weird shit like quantum entanglement and some of the like weirder higher theoretical physics concepts and the nature of consciousness itself, we don't know how deep that pool is. You are a fucking free diver diving into the depths of a black hole. And we don't know where it leads. So I consider that one of the most honorable things that you can engage in. And I think trip reports, even though like many people are of the opinion that like, oh, I can never convey the true majesty and beauty and intensity and grandeur. It's truly ineffable. Your responsibility as a tripper is to try to convey it. Trip reports are super important. I truly believe that. Like even if we're just a biomechanical fucking robot at the end of the day, right? There's just some biochemical fucking reaction happening in our brain. That shaking loose of those reactions is going to elucidate and further elaborate our understanding of human consciousness and how it arises from that biochemical machinery, right? Even if there's nothing like even like crazier quantum entanglement shit going on with this experience, given the fact that neurons require electrons and electrons are constantly popping in and out of dimensional existence, there definitely could be. Even if you don't have any of that fucking stuff attached to this idea, just reordering the order of operations for human consciousness and psychological operations will be super useful. So I truly believe that like trip reports are one of the most important things that people can do. Like hold on to it, remember it, write it down, fucking share it, tell the story as best you can because people need to know. There you go. I mean, okay, like way to read the room, Evolved Shroom. We're literally talking about doing shrooms and shit, and you fucking walk in with, like, we know. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. Who here doesn't know that fucking the hijackers in 9/11 were from Saudi Arabia? Right? Like, we're having a good fucking time, like, talking about, like, crazy-ass shit. And your name literally embodies it. And you're like, fucking hijackers, 9/11. Come on, man, read the room. You should make some merch. I mean, I've played around with that, Torn Profit. I've played around with that. I'd like to turn the fucking Proudly Degen stuff into merch proper. We played around with the idea. My bad. I mean, we know. We know. Trust me, we know. We're a bunch of fucking anarchists and leftists and degens and shit. Trust me, we know. But I love that you owned it. I love that you owned it. You recognize your mistake, even though it took me chastising you a little bit. I love that you owned it. That's fucking respectful, and I appreciate that. Be over. I bonded with this woman on a flight. She gave me shrooms. I still have them. We got close enough that she told me she has 2 cervixes. So I joked she had an extra compartment to hide her shrooms in. Be over. Oh shit, I thought they were from Sealand, says Aka. Degen hats. Square. I mean, we should do it. Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm gonna have to find a version. I'm gonna have to create a version of like the Degen logo or some shit. That isn't as like. Here's the thing. If you guys haven't ever like, it's been a while since I've done this, right? This is super high resolution, and there's a lot of fucking detail in this logo. Right? Like, there's a lot going on here. This is not a small thing. So like, yeah, like reproducing this in stitching and merch and that sort of thing, is a complicated process. Black hat hologram font, dude, Square. That's an expensive piece of merch to make. And that's the issue. We're all like fucking most of the community is like a bunch of broke leftists and shit, right? Shit like that, right? Like that's like I don't want to make merch that's like $1,000 hat and shit like that. So it feels like that's a little larger than what it was. I'll take it down a little smaller. Stickers. I want the logo, bro, as a hat. I'll see what I can do. We've talked about it for a while. I'll see what I can do. Somebody like, okay, who's in my community that is like some sense? I'm just trying. Cassidy, do me a favor. Yell at me about this like a few times in the near future. Like, I don't know, tomorrow or a week from now or something. Just stay on my ass a little bit about the fucking merch. All right? Because I know you're crafty and shit. And so, like, yeah. Like, we can get together on this and figure this out. Kvass, can I make merch? Yeah. Just, yeah, that's, yeah, Cassie, do me that solid. Thank you. Being poor kind of goes hand in hand with being a leftist. Dude, me too. Yeah, we were talking about that on Kez's show today. Like, James from the internet, Kez and myself were on the line together, and fucking we were just talking about shit, experiences, streamers and stuff like that, and grifters and that sort of thing. And I said, I had this person come in and say, how do I know you're just not you're not an anarchist grifter? And I'm like, why the fuck would you be a anarchist grifter? Right? Like, if I'm going to run a grift, I'm going to be a Christian conservative, right? I can get a private plane out of that shit, right? Like, who the fuck grifts as an anarchist? That is the dumbest shit ever. Hey, you bunch of fucking broke fuckers that are constantly squatting and don't believe in capitalism and shit. You got any money to give me? Right? Like, that is the dumbest fucking line I've heard in a while, right? And yeah, we were just joking around about that. Vosh does. fair. He stopped by last night. Vosh was here last night. Fucking anarchist grifter. Discuss. Yeah, it is Carpe. It is pretty damn counterintuitive, isn't it? Like, fucking, yeah, if I'm gonna run a grift, I'm gonna fucking run a Christian conservative grift. You can get a private plane out of that shit, like a Rolls Royce private plane, fucking whole host of shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's edgy. That's just educated evolved. I mean, normally we're not in just chatting. We're over in fucking politics. Like, that's our like home category, right? Like, that's where we spend most of our time. And I do anarchist education, right? Like, most of my community is made up of well-informed political theory, fucking political wonks and theory wonks, right? Like, it's pretty much par for the course. I don't consider that edgy, but I mean, hey, you do you. Ordained minister, yes, fucking 30 ordained ministers. And redirect the funding to mutual aid. I know, Carpe, that'd be right. Like, fucking put it where Jesus would want it. Yeah, milk that white supremacist cult circuit for all it's worth, and then redirect the funding to mutual aid. Quick question. If I have grinded to powder, if I have ground shrooms in capsules sitting in a purse in a shelf for 2 years, are they still good? Be over, they'll probably do something, but they won't do what they're originally intended to do. They'll give you a fucking weird feeling. They'll give you some vibe. It all depends on how potent the originals are, but that's a lot of oxidation and non-temperature control. Psilocin is basically gone, right? Psilocybin and psilocin are the two active components of shrooms. Psilocin, it's gone already. It's super volatile as a compound. The psilocybin, there will be some left. It is relatively stable. It requires a demethylation process that your metabolism uses to break it down to like destabilize the molecule. But oxygen and fucking temperature and light, but it's on a shelf, are the death knell for all things. So send me $1 and I'll send you a real touch. I mean, I get touched all the time, homie. I don't need to fucking pay you to do that. They're in a Guatemalan bag on my closet shelf. Yeah, but I mean, they're not very temperature stable. When we talk about that, we're talking about like sub-zero. But yeah, you got the light covered, but the temperature and oxygen's a big one, and they're ground up. That's going to make it even worse. So yeah, they will be nowhere near their original potency level whatsoever. I've meanly considered dressing and going to right-wing spaces, calling myself a libertarian. Dude, wordy. Like, we literally were talking about on a voice call sometime in the past. It was last week, this week. I don't fucking know. Me and temporal markers. And we were talking about doing a Chud fucking stream. Like, Kai is a fucking... I'll get a camo hat. We'll get some fucking flannels. We'll fucking take the degen off. We'll get rid of the pink and blues and shit like that. And I'll fucking talk about firearms training and fucking, libertarian concepts and shit like that, right? We'll fucking chud it up. The great fungus sent holy spores to Earth for us to use, but they must be fresh. Foss, you got that fucking McKenna vibe. You got that, the fungus is an alien. The spores are a galactic traveler vibe. You get that from, okay, Voss, you got it from your trip for sure, but did you also get it from McKenna? You can rent taxidermy animals, right? I mean, Carpe, it's Vegas. I'm sure I can dude, Carpe, I'm pretty sure my neighbor has some. Like, I'm thinking to his living room. I'm pretty sure I could just like go knock on my neighbor's door and be like, hey, can I borrow your fucking stuffed animal for like, I don't know, a couple of days? So yeah. Anyone played Deathloop on PS5? I don't have a PS5, so I haven't played it. I do like it though. It's I mean, probably Hayek, right? Skeptic. I mean, neoliberal economics. The father of neoliberalism is Hayek. So take your fucking pick. We have a TPUSA group in my university. It would be hilarious, says Wordy. Yeah, no, fucking rock that shit, Wordy. Fucking run the grift. We'll be patriot anarchists. Fucking. Need a deer head. Hayek is, I mean, then if you're not going to accept Hayek, then go with Friedman. You want like neoliberal, fucking like neoliberalism writ large, then go with Friedman. But I maintain fucking Hayek is the father of neoliberalism for sure. I found Alan Watts first, Robert Anton Wilson, then McKenna. The old recordings are full of delicious thoughts. They are. Yeah. Have you ever listened to the Trialectic one? with fucking Abraham, Watts, and McKenna, Kvass. That sounds like something you'd know. Later, Critical. Thanks for hanging out, Critical. Take care of yourself. Thanks for spending time, the most valuable resource you have. If you want to be a libertarian with a black friend, sell. Carpe. As a black man myself. I'll click on anything you link me. Oh, you haven't experienced that, Kvass? Oh, you gotta fucking hold on. See if they've got all three. Oh, it's not Watts, it's Sheldrake. It's not Watts, it's Sheldrake. What am I thinking? It's Rupert, fucking Ralph, and Terrence. And it was the trilogue at the end of the universe. Or the trilogue at the edge of the millennium. Yeah, let me get you a link. You're gonna love it if you haven't seen this. Boss. Here's the first part. The first part's an hour. There's 3 parts. It's basically like 3.5 hours long. You're gonna enjoy the fuck out of it though. We have some college, don't we? I mean, what's that supposed to mean? All my formal schooling is in information technology, and even that, I was born into IT. I was put in front of a mainframe terminal at age 4. My stuff is in management of information systems. Hey, Radhom. You're welcome. You're quite welcome. So, like, yeah, evolved. I just, I'm a fan of knowledge. I'm a fan of learning. I'm a fan of higher dialectical exercises and rhetorical devices. I'm not afraid of multisyllabic phrasing. I don't, I mean, I can lowest common denominator it if necessary, but I would rather people rise to the occasion than speak down to people. It's insulting. Carpe, only some community college here, but I try to learn something every day. And Rev said, I too have some college. Voss, if I don't remember, I must remember. Remember. Yeah. Rad, how'd your Radhom. I dig your fucking aesthetic, man. I fucking dig your aesthetic. Right? I say this with literally all the love and passion in my heart. I truly mean this when I say this, so do not take offense at the verbiage itself. I love carny trash. The fact that you are a circus performer is, like, on top of everything. Like, honestly, like, I was enthralled there for a while. Like, I wasn't that active in chat, but trust me, I was watching. I dig your entire vibe, man. It's a whole thing. I love what you're doing. Just straight up. I finally graduated at 37 and been working in the tech field for 15 plus years. Yeah, the orb juggling is dope. Dude, the mustache is like epic grade. Like that is baller level mustache, my man. That is oof. Yeah, I can't. Oh, wow. Students never stop learning. Yeah, choice. Thanks, dude. I've been carny trash since I was like 11, so that's 100% a compliment. I love that you get it. Like, that's the thing. It's usually people who are carny trash understand it, but I just wasn't sure like how new to this fucking, but you get it, right? Like, yeah. Las Vegas resident, love con men, love magicians, love grifters, right? So I've dabbled in and around your circle. I've never been full blown in your sphere as far as the carnival and the circus circuit for sure, but I've met some of your people. The Sumerians, from what we know from their records, was a combination of monarchism and a sort of primitive form of some democracy organized into city-states. But it was mostly monarchical. Sorry. So that's sort of what I remember from my history studies in Sumeria. And yeah, hardly the first, but yeah, it's Sumer. Carpe. It's the correct evolved. Well, not at the federal level. Evolved. That is correct. The DEA schedule is still Schedule 1, no medical purpose whatsoever. But yeah, that is the correct version of it. It's Sumer, or you know and Sumerian is what most people are familiar with, like Atlantean. Sorry that I just did that, but yeah, it's Sumer. That I would grant you, Minion. Abolish DEA. Dude, I'm down for that shit. Fucking, can we just hashtag get rid of those fuckers already? Yeah. Then while we're doing it, do ICE. Yeah, thank God I live in Canada. It's still illegal at the federal level, but I live in Las Vegas. Fucking Nevada, recreational, that shit. Once we knew it was profitable. The federal government is all about states' rights. That's why weed is still illegal and the minimum wage is still under $8. $7.25 or some shit like that, Carpe? Why do you think they were monarchical? Like, philosophically, why? Or, like, why do I have that impression? Because they had Sumerian kings. Like, they were functionally a monarchy. Now, like, if you're asking for like cultural normative values that led into monarchism, I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But I'm not sure what you're asking. Why do you think they are monarchical? Like, as if, why would, because goofy fucking religion, divine right of kings sort of shit, and an evolution from a sort of strongman tribalistic mentality, which is hilarious because the further back you go as far as like tribalistic mechanics of human beings go, the chieftain, the big chief theory basically shows that the chief generally was a figurehead and didn't actually have very much power in the tribe. What would happen is if the chief made a decision or an edict that the tribe didn't agree with, they would nullify it and negate it and just do the opposite or whatever they wished. So this concept sort of is a perverted concept that was born of probably truly psychosexual and religious philosophies. That's not to sound all fucking Jungian or Freudian, more Freudian about it, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, Chris, this is too high level. Gotta go to bed. Oh, Chris, sleep well. Yeah, and also, like, I mean, Carpe's right. Like, it's a grift. It's a grift. It's a grift. Right? Like, Zippy, yeah, a little bit. It's a grift. Like, the fucking dude who's like, hey, you really shouldn't stab me or beat me over the head with that club. Because there's an invisible man in the sky, and I've been talking to him. No, for real, he's an invisible man in the sky, and like there is an otherworldly paradise that you can get into forever and ever and ever. You get to live your wildest dreams, but you gotta like hold on. Yeah, he's telling me that you need to give me 1/3 of every hunt and every kill that you bring into the camp. Yeah, no, it's real. Here's my buddy Bob. Bob, tell him. Oh yeah, no, it's for real. No, he fucking yeah. There's for sure. That's how it works. Yeah, man, I'd be afraid. Like if you don't do it, then like you get cast down, and it's like you know when you stepped in the hot thing the other day. It's like that, but all over your body for ever and ever and ever. Right? It's a fucking grift. It's good grift. But I mean, you know, and then eventually it develops and you use all sorts of psychological tools. I mean, the fact of the matter is the truth of hypnotism is born of the religious sects, right? Like that's the weird thing is we didn't figure out hypnotism. Hypnotism was given to us by the priest class. The churches and the shaman figured this shit out fucking millennia ago. And then comes along a bunch of fucking sort of like European pseudoscientists and like, oh, there's something to that, right? That's how we figured out hypnotism. And yes, hypnotism is a real thing, kids. It's a real fucking thing. It's just a conscious state that you can enter. It's just a thing. You do it every day as a human being. Don't get it all fucking twisted up in your head. It's not fucking magic. A reading from something about anarchists being broken-hearted. Geez, Zippy, that's an ask. Yeah, evolved. I'm on board with that. I mean, Zippy, that's a weird ask. I'm not even sure if I have something in my library about that. I mean, I could pull from Defiance, maybe. Yeah, except I don't put any fucking faith in that, minion, because I don't... You know what? The fucking British Crown fucking thought that for a while, too. The fucking, the prosperity gospel in dominionist and evangelical faiths in America believe that as well, that all of your worldly possessions and your blessings in this plane are derived and handed down from on high from from Yeshua and Jehovah, right? Like it's human beings have been running that shtick for a while. The Sumerians were closer to the beginning, but it's still being fucking run. Yeah, it's a fucking grift, man. I don't know. Let me try. Zippy. Brokenhearted. You know what? The best I can give you is maybe Mahon. Enrique Flores Mahon. Zippy, you fucking having a stroke there? You actually got the first one. Zippy, the Kailo. That's Kylo. But I don't use it. It's not my formal name. I didn't legally change it to Kylo. I changed it to Kai. But that is the spelling. You got it the first time, actually. Okay. Let's do this. Here's Zippy's fucking redemption. I can't get you brokenhearted, Zippy, but I can get you some... I can get you close. Like sick brother and like destitute shit and fucking hauled before a court. Like I can get you into the like same sort of sphere of emotion, maybe. Hey, Amorous. Okay, so basically, Mahon was the brother of this guy who was like jailed for their writings and actions and shit like that in Mexico, right? He was indicted and hauled before a grand jury in the U.S., shit like that, right? Like $1,000 fine back in 1916. Imagine a $1,000 fine in 1916. Somebody can run the fucking inflation calculator. It was a fucking thing, right? So here we go. How bad is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Mahon. Come on, Enrique. Oh, there's no way we're getting through this entire fucking statement to the court. Zippy. I'll just tell you that right now. I will. We'll do what we can do here. On account of my brother's sickness, which prevents his addressing this court, his brother was deathly ill, I shall speak in his behalf as well as my own. I am taking the opportunity given me of addressing the court because I want to make clear the causes behind our prosecution. For it appears that the court procedure was designed to conceal the facts underlying such cases as this. The records of this trial show that the Mahone brothers were tried and convicted, but the records do not show that the case at bar here is the age-long fight of the downtrodden and the disinherited against the tyranny, the superstition, and the oppression which overburdens mankind. It is not merely the Mahones who are convicted in this court, but all liberty and justice-loving people, for we, the Mahone brothers, have been convicted by the technicalities of man-made laws, for our activities in behalf of the emancipation of the downtrodden, particularly of the Mexican proletarians, and the disinherited all over the world in general, as shown by our writings, which are a part of the record of this case. By the way, they were fucking put up for trial for writing. Like straight up, like that's a real part of their case. They were arrested because they were prohibited from using the postal service to mail materials that the government deemed obscene. Okay, so these are literal anarchists who were arrested, tried, and convicted for thought crime. Just so you know. And at this point, his brother is basically deathly ill, and they're broke, and the court is raking them over the coals. This is why I chose this one, Zippy, because it's pretty much a fucked case. Like, this is as close to broken-hearted anarchist shit you can get. With the Mahones, you have convicted the world's red-blooded men and women who are striving to halt the piracy and the oppression of the rapacious plutocracy and its natural allies, authority, and the church. With us, you have condemned all of the men and women who think and who feel the anguish and sorrows of the dispossessed, the torturers of the oppressed, the wails and tears of the millions of human beings who have the misfortune of being born at a time when all of the means of life have been appropriated by the land sharks and the money grabbers of the millions of proletarians who are condemned at birth to a life of incessant toil and actual chattel slavery without hope of any reward other than slow death from starvation and exposure. Enrique knew how to write. That's a problem, though. He's a writer. This fucking statement is long. After studying these conditions, many men and women have come to the conclusion that the only way out of this slavery is the way we pointed in our manifesto of September 23rd, 1911. As we set forth in that document, we aim to establish the common ownership of the land, of the machinery, and of the means of production and distribution for the common use and benefit of all human beings, so as to enable them to work and earn their own living and to enjoy the honest pleasures which nature intended for them. These ideals are destructive to the present institution, as properly remarked here by the prosecution in this court, and are therefore antagonistic to man-made laws that uphold capitalism. But this does not mean that they are not founded on principles of justice and freedom. We are asked what we have to say why sentence should not be passed on us. This court should not pass sentence on us, for it would mean to deny us Mexican people I'm leaning into it because it's fucking this entire statement was written in Spanish probably originally. And then he translated it over to English for himself, right? The perfect right we have to revolt against the unbearable conditions that have kept us in slavery through long, long years, conditions under which we found ourselves stripped of all of our belongings, our lands, our forests, our rivers, our mines, and everything else that we once owned in common or individually since time immemorial. We saw all our belongings being taken from us by Porfirio Diaz, by means of violence through his solidarity, by means of his soldiery and legal machinery. Diaz robbed the Mexican people in order that he might grant the concessions to the Ortizes, the Hearsts, the Rockefellers, the Morgans, the Guggenheims, the Pearsons, and other foreign interests. And these concessions were granted for a mere song in order to perpetuate the Diaz regime. After we were dispossessed of our natural heritage, we found ourselves held in bondage in real chattel slavery, forced to work our own lands that were now lands that were no longer ours. We were forced to work 16 and 18 hours a day for 18 and 37 cents Mexican money, that is equivalent to from 9 cents to 18 cents American money. We were compelled to trade with the tienda de rea, which is the same as the commissaries of your mining and lumber camps, where everything was sold to us at exorbitant prices. Under such conditions, we gradually found ourselves in perpetual debt to our masters and without the liberty of moving from their domain. In case we succeeded in evading the vigilance of the hacienda bosses and escaped from our bondage, we were caught by the authorities and once more returned to slavery. Whenever we went on strike for better conditions and wages, as in Rio Blanco and Caniena, we were shot down en masse by the trained murderers of Diaz, his soldiers, his policemen, and rangers. If we still held a small piece of land that excited the greed of the authorities, the rich, or the clergy, it was taken from us by hook or by crook. They even resorted to cold-blooded murder. Our freedom was trampled upon. Our speakers were arrested and shot in the dark of the night. Our papers were suppressed and our writers imprisoned, often vanishing from the face of the earth. Many of our brothers who still believe in the ballot met their death in front of the polls at the hands of the Diaz soldiers. Many of our brothers were sold for $200 per head to the slave drivers of Yucatan and Valle Nacional. They were sold into actual slavery, and they were forced to work under such horrible conditions that their health was soon broken. And when they could no longer stand on their feet, they were often buried alive in order to save bother and medical expenses. It was a common sight to see our brothers beaten to death for the slightest provocation. We endured these conditions for 36 years, which proves that we are a peace-loving people. But we found ourselves so cornered and driven against the wall that we finally had to revolt against the damnable conditions in order to save ourselves, to gain bread, land, and liberty for all. This was the cause and the source of the social and economic revolution, which has for over 5 years shaken Mexico. The revolution of the downtrodden masses against their oppressors and exploiters. The revolution that chiefly aims to get control in common of the land and thereby aims to free the Mexican people. These purposes and aspirations are set forth in the condensed form of our battle cry of land and liberty. We Mexicans are striving to get back the land because we know that the land is the source of all social wealth, and therefore that he who owns the land owns all and hence becomes economically free. A people who enjoy economic freedom are free socially and politically as well. That is to say, economic freedom is the mother of all freedoms. Against the outrageous conditions that I have here roughly outlined, we Mexicans revolted, and now 2 of us, Ricardo and myself, are facing sentence here for our activity in that rebellion and for striking to gain our political, social, and economic emancipation. We therefore think that as principle of justice, this court should not impose a sentence on us, for such a sentence would mean a flat denial that Mexican people have a right to fight their own battles and to fight them in their own way. Our revolutionary methods, can I hit this? No, this is rough. Our revolutionary methods may not meet with the approval of the peace at any price gentlemen, but they have the same, they have the sanction of Thomas Jefferson, who said we cannot expect to pass from despotism to liberty on a feather bed. I'm gonna stop there just because Enrique goes on for a while. I will skip to the end. This is why our hands, instead of being armed with muskets, are armed with pens, a weapon more formidable and far more feared by tyrants and exploiters. I believe that it was Emerson who said, "Whenever a thinker is turned loose, tyrants tremble." And it is because it is acknowledged that we are thinkers as well as fighters, that we have spent over 7 years out of 12, that we have been here in jails and prisons of the land of the free. We are not asking the court for mercy. We are demanding justice. If, however, this court is to be actuated by man-made laws instead of fundamental justice, and therefore insist on sending us to the penitentiary, then you may do so without hesitation. A penitentiary sentence to us will likely mean our graves, for we are both sick men. We alone know how our health has been undermined. We know that another penitentiary sentence, no matter how light it may be, will be a death sentence. We feel that we shall not come out of the penitentiary alive. However, it does not matter to us personally. From the beginning of our struggle 24 years ago, we dedicated ourselves to the cause of freedom. Since that time, we have suffered a long chain of persecution and conspiracy, of which this case is but another link. But we still hold to our original purpose of doing our duty to our fellow men, no matter what the result to us personally. History is watching us from her throne, and she is registering in her annals the social drama that is now being enacted in this court. We appeal to her with clean conscience, and with our hearts normally beating, and with our brains dreaming of a future society wherein there will be happiness, freedom, and justice for all mankind. The court may choose law and justice. If you send us to our graves and brand us once more with the stigma of felons, we are sure that history will reverse that sentence. She will mark indelibly the forehead of the Cain. Let the court speak. History watches. And yes, Enrique went on to serve 3 years, and Ricardo served 1 year. So there you go. Rev, the entire thing is actually really potent. It's Enrique knew how to write. He was a writer. He was a propagandist. That's what he did. He and Ricardo both were anarchist propagandists from Mexico that sort of fomented a revolution in their own right. He was a good writer. Like I said, there was like 6 more pages. Like front and back, 3 pages, but front and back. There was 6 pages of text in addition to what I read. Chat came to a halt while you read. Hey, is it bad that I will mill my own propaganda down into its component concept? It's your propaganda. Do what you feel is appropriate. But yeah, Enrique took the court to task. They convicted. They sentenced. They tossed his ass in jail for 3 years. Ricardo, who was of worse health, got 1 year. They got $1,000 fines a piece, I believe. And for one moment, chat paid attention. No, he was a enthralling writer, and it's easy to find the rhythm and the passion of Mahone. So. Yeah. I think with that, we're going to call it a night. I need to get some food in me. My stomach's fucking rumbling. I need to eat. So. Go get foodstuffs. Yeah, I'm thinking like tuna salad or something like that. Just fucking something I can knock up quickly. I've got pre-baked sweet potatoes that I can get the carbs from, right? So I'll probably do a fucking tuna salad really quickly. I don't use mayo. I use coconut yogurt. But tomorrow is the late show. Tomorrow's the Thursday night show. And then Friday. Minion, thank you for the follow. Yeah. You're welcome, Rad. Fucking thanks for stopping by. Aspen6, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Thursday's the late show. It starts at 11:30 p.m. Pacific. And then Friday, Bad Movie Night. I look forward to Fridays now. Like, I legitimately look forward to Bad Movie Night. I love hanging out with you guys on the Discord server after the Friday show and fucking just getting lit and fucking having a good laugh. So, we need to figure out who we're going to read into. Like, I normally, before I start talking about who the fuck I'm gonna, like, fucking, hey, Radhom, you go fucking start a stream. Does anybody have anybody who, like, you guys know the deal. Less than 10 usually. Less than 10. I like single, yeah, Rad, there's coconut yogurt. 100%. The sugars in coconut milk can be metabolized by, lactobacillus and the whole lot. Yeah. It's a good thing, honestly. Yeah. You know what? Squid fucking raided me the other night. That's turnabout's fair play. Why not? Fucking, we'll do that. Yeah, I hate fucking almond stuff. Almonds are just a bane on the planet. They just fucking, can we just stop growing almonds already? Fucking Jesus Christ, they take so much water. But yeah, coconut yogurt's great. Evolved, why pink? Because I alternate between pink and blue. Matches my skin tone. I look good in pink. And it pisses chuds off. It bothers conservative people. So, why not? Radhom, I'm gonna take those fucking suggestions though for a fucking future date. So thank you for them. Yeah, I should say something before we fucking but oh, the stream is over. Yeah, we're just raiding out. But yeah, sorry, Rad. Fucking, we just, you know. But I'm gonna save those. Oh, yeah. I've been around on the Discord server. I'll be in and out. You guys know I'm available. But yeah, I'm gonna get stoned and fucking eat some tuna salad and shit. So, hey, resolution. Catch y'all later. Bye.